यार गेम क्या सुपर स्मूथ चल रहा है।
Asus गेमिंग लैपटॉप, वो भी अमेजिंग डील के साथ, and I can pay आराम से with a 12-month no cost EMI. Crazy!
कहाँ से लिया?
Bro, JBL earbuds at 45% off. उसके ऊपर free Kindle and Audible subscriptions. Can you believe it? अब ये देख।
वो
शांति।
कहाँ से लिया? Sorry.
Hey, you! I'm tracking my run on this new smartwatch I got. Noise का 70% off.
Oh,
मैंने सोचा ऐसी डील पे मैं भी अपनी फिटनेस बढ़ा लूं. Seamless Bluetooth calling. Hey, I'm running towards you. Yeah. ये देख, I just got this Intel Evo laptop in exchange for my old one. 20,000 बच गए, बस 99 rupees में extended warranty. Plus 20% off भी मिल गया. Pretty sweet deal, right?
Totally feel you, bro. This iPad was always on my wish list. Got the latest one at a great deal and saved $8,000 in exchange for my old phone.
Hey, what's up?
सबको इतनी बढ़िया डील्स मिल रही हैं। ये सब कहाँ से लिया?
Amazon से लिया।
Amazon Great Indian Festival से
Amazon Great Indian Festival पर मिलेंगे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स पर जबरदस्त डील्स, नो कॉस्ट EMI, एक्सचेंज ऑफर और सेम डे डिलीवरी।
अब इंडिया बोलेगा Amazon से लिया।
Yes. Anyway, welcome to the first day of the TEC Challenger Series. I think my co-caster is having a little bit of issue with the mic, but until he comes back, you're going to be stuck with me. I'm Zach, and it's my pleasure to be here with the Graysive today to be dealing with day one of the VCT off-season TEC Challenger Series 9, I believe. And we're going to be starting off with a couple of banger matches from the SEA region, right, Graysive?
Yeah, that's for certain. And I do believe that I have fixed out on the audio issues, but again, it seems to be a little bit weird on that. And sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen, but nothing to worry about on the end of the day. We're still gonna be here. We're still gonna have a lot of incredible games for you to offer. And in my eyes, I do have to say, the matches that we have for today is gonna be a pretty exciting. That is for certain. We're gonna be heading on down over towards the schedule to see exactly what is gonna be up on that end. And first of all, we're gonna have Made in Thailand going up against the side of Sunday's Best. Now, both of these teams, we don't really have a lot of data on Sunday's Best in particular, but for Made in Thailand, I do believe that it's going to be quite an interesting affair because this team have beaten out on a lot of the other teams of our region in particular. So for SCA, this one team could just make it through the entirety of the qualifiers.
They really could, because even during the VCT APAC last chance qualifier, they made it quite a long distance in the lower bracket, and they ended up losing to both of the finalists over the course of the event. So I think there was a little bit of bad luck perhaps involved in the brackets, and they just couldn't make it through, but they're definitely one of the contenders to watch out for. As for the other team, I did look into the individual players, and while you might recognize some of the teams that they've played for example, they've played for Action PH, which is one of the top teams in the Philippines, and all of the players are from the Philippines as well. So basically, our first matchup is going to be basically Thailand versus Philippines, and we're going to see which region comes out on top because this is a best of one qualifier. There are no second chances. But before we talk about the rest of the matches that we do have planned for today, let's take a look at what exactly these teams are going to be fighting for, which is the massive total prize pool of $30,000. First place is going to be walking away with just below half of that, 13,000 to their name. Wow.
Yeah, that's a lot of money. And this is where a lot of the teams, they're going to need to dig deep to try and get this amount of cash into their pockets. But at the end of the day, is it really about the cash or are you really fighting for the glory? I think it's an addition at the end of the day because you have to remember, now that all the franchise teams have been picked up, now that a lot of players are looking to get into those franchise teams, this is one of the places where you are setting yourselves onto a proving ground to try and get your name out there to say that, hey, I'm one of the best players in my entire region. I need to get picked up. This is where it all starts for a lot of these players and also a lot of these teams where they're going to get put onto the radar. Let it be an underdog story. Let it be a player that has not yet been scouted. This is where you'll start to prove yourself. The Challenger Series has always been present here at the Esports Club to try and nurture a lot of these other individuals that haven't really gotten that chance to prove themselves on the big stage just yet. But here, in these open qualifiers, here where the teams are, let's say, a little bit more evenly matched, not in all cases, of course, because you gotta remember, it's open qualifiers. We're gonna have a lot of skills mismatches, but it's completely fine on that end. But for now, as we are going to be present on the other side, I do believe that Made in Thailand, of course, will be the home favorites for this entire thing. They have already proven themselves, their team and their roster is pretty well known. So as we head on down over towards the matchup screens, let's see exactly how these teams are going to match up.
I think that for me as well, in these APAC qualifier, they are a team that is definitely one to watch out for. However, there are also a lot of other really popular teams that anybody who's watched VCT over the last year would recognize. There's Cerberus Esports, there's Alter Ego, there's No Namers, Fancy United, Full Sense, Todak, South Build. All these teams have, in fact, placed quite high in the VCT rankings, made it to the playoffs multiple times as well. But for this particular matchup between Made in Thailand and Sunday's Best, let's take a look at what exactly we have in store over the course of the map veto. So the instant ban coming in from Sunday's Best is going to be Pearl, which is, it's understandable. It's a map that a lot of teams really haven't had much time to practice in. And of course, if you go over the course of the maps, we are going to end up on the decider, which is Breeze. And this is pretty interesting to me because Breeze is a map, if you look at it statistically, where Made in Thailand, they have a sort of on and off performance. In fact, over the course of the last few months, they really haven't had a very good time. They've been taking consecutive losses to teams like Onyx, Griffin, and Fosens as well, of which two are participating in this event, I believe.
Yep. It's gonna be quite interesting to say the very least. All of the matches that we have in store for you will be a banger, that's for certain. I'm a little bit more excited. I'll be slightly biased on that end for the second game that we have in store for us today. Toadak going up against Full Sense. Yeah, that's where the real fun is gonna be had. Toadak, again, I've been following Toadak for a really long time when it comes to their other esports titles and their other esports teams. I'm really excited for that one, especially when it comes down to my girlfriend. She's an absolute fan of Toadak. She never shuts up about that particular org and, of course, their teams. So I'm going to really need to witness exactly what their Valorant roster is capable of, that is for certain. But before we jump on into that, we need to wait until the game is going to get prepped up and ready. We're just setting up the last minute details, ladies and gentlemen. Again, big tournament, a lot of incredible graphics, as you can see in front of your screens, for your own viewing pleasure and of course for us. So just sit tight, relax, as we are going to be jumping on in. And hey, as we're waiting, make sure to check out all the links down below. A lot of sponsors, a lot of different discounts. You don't want to miss out on any of that. Plus, Amazon's having their Diwali sale. You don't want to miss out on any of that jazz and action now, do you?
Yes. Speaking of action, though, like Grace have mentioned, we are going to be heading into this particular match pretty soon. And talking about, the predictions for this one, aggressive. I mean, I know that both of us are probably going to be banking on Made in Thailand winning this, or are
Yeah.
we? Do you think we'll see an upset?
Again, we kind of talked about this before, didn't we? That hey, a team that has already proven themselves going up against the underdogs. Now, the team that has already proven themselves have showcased their prowess in a lot of other different tournaments in the past. While the new team, Sunday's Best, yeah, I don't know how this is going to work. If it was a Sunday, maybe I can give them the
Exactly.
chance. But in this situation, it's going to be quite difficult. But looking at the team and what they have on their side, Motsuki could just put a little bit of an interesting item, and Josh S. They have a couple of good players on their team. I have faced off against them in rank quite often on the higher elos, so I already know that these players are incredible on their own right, but is it enough to beat Made in Thailand? Now that will be the biggest question they need to answer.
I agree with you there. And looking at the agent comps that these teams are running for Made in Thailand, it seems like a pretty meta comp. The only thing is they're running a Sky instead of where you usually see a KO. Most of the time, but I mean, Sky, you see her as well a fair amount.
Select
So
your
it is
agent.
Viper is going to be the controller of choice for both of these teams. Jet being that duelist, and of course the Chamber coming out on Wannafly. We have to talk about this man because Wannafly and Kadum are the dynamic duo for Made in Thailand. Like everybody else on the team, they definitely do their part when it comes to utility and getting information. But when it comes to just raw fragging out and really being able to create space on the map, that's where these two players shine. And Kadum in particular, he was pretty huge when you look at his performance during the course of the VCT APAC qualifiers.
Yeah, that's for certain. Again, we are always highlighting the duelist players in particular when it comes down to their raw aiming potential and, of course, the way that they completely take over an entire map. But on the map of Breeze, I do believe it's one of the few maps where the controllers are going to be shining a lot more. Viper being one of the biggest, let's say, nuisances on this particular map in the way that she can hold down a side. It's nearly impossible to break into the B side if you have a good Viper player on your team. The Viper can slow down a lot of these aggressive pushes, let the Jet dash in pretty much. The Viper's still going to be able to kill her regardless if the positioning is well enough. And we've also seen this in Champions that there are a couple of setups that the Viper can do to completely deny the Jet from even entering and surviving the entry position, even with her smokes. The default snakebite coming onto the middle of the site completely cuts off the options the Jet can have to try and even go in for entries. The B side will be in massive contention if the Viper player is able to be that X factor for either one of these teams. But on the A side is where a little bit more of the interesting strategies will come into play, I do believe, because that is one particular side where we can say that the Viper's just going to throw a wall, you run into the side, but no, it's not as simple considering how creative players have gotten on the Viper on the defensive end, where not only the snake bites come into play, but also the walls, because in my eyes, the toxin screen is possibly the most versatile bit of utility that people always disregard when it comes down to Viper skill.
I agree with you there, but you've talked about Viper quite well on the defensive half, but you also got to look at her at attacking. Like one of the biggest nuisances when it comes to that particular agent is her potential to really stall once that spike goes down on
Yep.
attacking. You put down your poison orb, you go like halfway across the map. There are like 3 or 4 different positions you can throw your snake bites from in lineups, and even if it's a 1v4, if there's no time to defuse and you can't sit on the spike, you win the round either way. We've seen that happen so many times. And especially when you combine it with a couple of crucial ults. For example, I haven't seen this being done much on Breeze, but on Icebox, for example, towards that A side rafters angle, you do see quite often the Vipers put down their poison orb.
Yeah.
They also toss like a KO nano swarm, KO grenade in that area, and immediately you can't. These are common upper angles, so they can't hold those angles anymore. And immediately your jet or your entry is able to just get in and create so much space. So plays like that with a conjunction of utility, either like Sova shock darts or KO mollies, or even just Viper utility by herself, can be so powerful to really push players off of angles. And all of this is just what she can do. In reality, you can also create a lot of fakes, a lot of chaos across the map, especially in the beginning of the map. You're going to put down your Viper wall towards that A side. Immediately, the defenders, you push there once, twice, thrice. The fourth time,
Yeah.
you can put down your wall and just go towards the opposite side of the map. And odds are that the defenders, they're going to have a stack on the A side instead. So Viper
Yeah.
is just one of those agents that's really, really hard to play around, considering how her kit is built. But, apart from Viper, I think that one of the other mainstays on this particular map is that Chamber. Like, ever since Chamber
True,
came in
honestly.
as the Sentinel, I say Sentinel in quotes because let's face it, he's not really a Sentinel. Ever since he
We
came
all
into
know
the meta, like he's just completely replaced every other Sentinel of choice on this particular map. I think that 1 or 2 teams still run Cypher, but everybody else has switched over completely to the Chamber, and it's completely understandable why, right? He has such a good kit. That alarm bot of his, for example, is good enough to block off at Hall's area, so you don't have to worry about that. His potential for opping, even with the recent nerfs that came in, he can single-handedly
Insane.
hold down A main or mid, or even the B side by himself if he's holding like an off angle. So another one of those really pesky agents that you want to watch out for on this particular map.
Yeah, I have to highlight those chamber players all the time. For some reason, they're the real demons. We talk about the jet players, and then there's that chamber on the side. Like, you want to talk about the duelist? What about me? 10 seconds later, we go into the game. The guy, for some reason, 3 rounds in, has like 11 kills, and we're just sitting there. What are you doing? Why do you even exist? And the chamber nerves that we've been wanting, it's justified. This character is just incredible in every single right, and poor old Cypher is just sitting in the background crying out an entire river. Cypher was such a prominent pick for this particular map, and yes, we're going to be jumping down over towards the agent selection one more time because the player did disconnect. The agents will get picked up again, but one of the main reasons why Cypher was highly contested for on this particular map was because of the way that he can utilize his utility to gain so much information and to stop a couple of the attackers from pushing into your choke points really quickly. But why would you need to have that when you have the extreme firepower of a chamber, having that tool of force in hand, the trademark being an absolute godsend when it comes down to stopping aggressive pushes, allowing the Viper setups, and of course your KO to be even more deadly. There's so much that you can do. The versatility that Chamber brings down onto the arsenal is incredible when it comes down to a player who can utilize it. Again, Chamber is very undermined in the capabilities of his utility, with players thinking that, oh, it's a Chamber, he just shoots people in the head and that's all that he does. But no, when the setup is done properly, when the Chamber is an absolute user, he alone can hold down a site. He is the Sentinel himself without any form of utility. If you have good aim, slow down the opposition, make them fear you just by rendezvousing back and forth constantly, jumping in from the much more powerful angles that you can have. As we head on down over into the game, we're going to be witnessing the Chambers battle it off against one another because both of these compositions are quite fair on that regard. But again, I am leaning a little bit more towards the side of Sunday's Best in terms of composition because I love the KO a lot more than that Sky.
I definitely agree with you there on that point because KO just brings so much more utility that you can really use, especially when it comes to Viper. The KO knife can really shut down those Viper walls right off the bat, so the defense not having that might be a problem when they switch over. But heading into this particular round, it is going to be Josh as playing this cheeky angle, gets one and somehow manages to jump across and rendezvous away. That is going to be the first pick going in favor of Sunday's Best, who have indeed put on their best as we head into this particular map. Off the back of that, all the players that Made in Thailand is spotted, they're going to be booking it towards the B side instead. But it's not empty either. You still have a lot of players there. But Butterfly has already made his way over towards the CT. He is expected though, and that is going to be just 3 left for Made in Thailand right now.
And it's not looking that good for them at all. One by one, they're getting shut down. Motsuki's going to be able to find another with Aryu on his side. And yeah, it's just done. It's just dusted. Alone in the back of side, just like his namesake. Just going to get caught out. The Viper's going to get that shit down play. And running into that V-stat is not going to be that simple, especially when you lost out on the entry. Again, this entry was a little bit premature right off the bat. You can already see the problem starting to arrive. The Jet just completely running in when the Viper utility was present. He pushed past his own Viper orb without any backup from the solo on the first initial instance. Kind of just ended in a very different and difficult note. But I guess maybe in Thailand they were banking on the fact that, hey, maybe our pistol rounds are not that good. Let's fight for the gun rounds instead.
Yes, they haven't really gone for the first, like you mentioned. It is going to be Marshall's facing off towards mid. Yet again, Josh tries to go aggressively. This time they're not finding mid success. It's going to be Wannify and Kadoom, that duo that I talked about right on the onset, striking in instead. That classic going huge on top of everything else, and the wallbang shots are just too much, bringing Josh down to minuscule amount of HP, and that is going to be it. The quickest ever anti-eco that went as wrong as it could for Sunday's Best, who are going to be forced into an eco right now. And you know, let's just break that round. They tried to go aggressive towards mid. They faced across, let's say, 4 of Made in Thailand's players, and they just couldn't deal with the shots coming in, even though they were only classics and marshals on their side. They just could not contend with it. Of course, it started off with Wannify getting that first pick with the help of that headhunter.
I'm just extremely confused of why they were so dead set on fighting out the mid. 5 of their players, what, double dipped about 3 or 4 times, and then they got domed out because of it? And now Made in Thailand, they're starting to pick up the steam, and now with the momentum slowly but surely going in their favor, trying to bait out Josh. He's just waiting around the corner. I like the discipline play coming in from him, but this discipline could just cost him as well. It's going to be a flash, dash out. Chamber's not going to be contesting that anymore. Urs possibly looking to be a nuisance for the entire time of the opposition.
They are going to be using the Trailblazer to try and get into the side, but oh, what a nutty shot coming in from Urs for H. That's how I'm going to call him. Just get traded out, but nevertheless, that first pick going down is going to be of some benefit to these players from Sunday's Best. Want to play catch Mantaba off guard. It's all going to come down to just the Viper, just a Sheriff and scan in his hand. You did mention, Abrasive, that he is a player of supreme talent, but does he have enough to close out this 1v3 with just this particular Sheriff? The answer to that is going to be no, as Leaf with the off angle manages to connect the headshot, and with that, Made in Thailand take the lead. But this next round, that's what's going to be really crucial heading into this matchup, because so far it's been a mismatch in terms of economy on most of these rounds aside from the pistol. Right now though, it is going to be the full buy kicking in for both of these teams, and apart from Beta, everybody on Made in Thailand does have rifles heading into this one. What they also do have is that Viper spit, and I think that if they can get the spike down, pop that ultimate, that might be the round winning condition that they really need against these rifles coming in from the side of Sunday's Best.
Just gonna have to wait and see for now. But now with the buys being a lot more even from both ends, I do believe it will be a little bit more systematic in the way that they go in. But okay, Kadoom just doesn't even care. The man just running in, he gets the first initial kill. The side's gonna be immediately. There's absolutely nothing that they can do to try and stop it. Kadoom! Does this man have no fear? What is this entry?
Spike planted. Player standing.
I wish the Jets in my ranked games would do this, instead they just lurk, but jokes apart, it is going to be Kadoom going kaboom there as he finds 4 on the round, finally closing things out for Made in Thailand. They didn't even need to use the Viper spit this round. Kadoom is just like, oh, hey, look, I got this. I'm going to handle this. You guys can chill for a bit. And he's going to be able to finish off that round with a 4K. But looking at this execute coming in, this is what Made in Thailand is really known for. They're able to put across these really aggressive executes, and that's one of the reasons why they found so little success success on Breeze compared to the rest of their maps, because this is a map where, because of the Viper utility that you mentioned, it's really difficult to manage those kind of aggressive executes on the attacking half. However, though, this time around they seem really confident after those first few rounds. Kadum is going to be having the Blaze Storm to work with as well if he chooses. However, on the side of Sunday's Best, it is going to be an Eco coming in, with the exception of Josh S's Tour de Force, which unfortunately for him is going to be towards mid instead. So not going to be finding much impact as Made in Thailand. They're already going to be able to make their way into the site. They do lose one player in the process, but they should still be able to at least get the plant down. However, Josh S, he's going to be able to find a huge kill as he finds the Viper on the lurk. That means no more lineups, no more wall, and so much damage being done in the process. 3v3 right now.
Couple of lift shots, but that's completely fine. You know, give them the warning shot so that they don't push into you, right? Gonna be able to survive. Beautiful kill from Kadum. He's got the second. He absolutely is on fire. Gets the shots that he needs, but the Tour de Force is still a problem. 51 seconds left, and the clock is ticking. Josh! He's coming down with the Tour de Force, and goddamn, the clutch is gonna be gorgeous. Josh S. coming in hot and strong, ladies and gentlemen. Doesn't really retrieve the gun, but gets a clutch for his team and the stabilization that they require to finally get themselves on the board. That's going to be a thrifty that he will remember, but hey, it's a chamber. Are you really surprised? If he doesn't get the thrifty, he's not playing Chamber.
Like I tell people, there's no such thing as 50 for a chamber, because he's always going to have something in his pocket aside from whatever guns that he can buy in the shop. But a beautiful round coming in from the side of Sunday's Best. The chamber going huge there to get that clutch coming in. This time around, though, it is going to be another chamber player popping the Tour de Force. This time, though, it is going to be Wannafly instead. So let's see if he can hold up to his counterpart's damage. Yet again, Josh S is choosing to play in this close corner. They're not taking any chances. They're going to be investing that Trailblazer to quickly make their way to the site and force the rendezvous out of Josh S there. Kadum, yet again, will be able to create a lot of space and enable the team to get side control. And now we're going to be looking at a full 5-on-5 retake here. They do also have that operator on Ers4H, but I'm not sure how that's going to really pan out in this retake attempt. But, ooh, Wannafly, he goes down right off the bat.
Oh, this is good move! The discipline's not gonna be in his favor, and he's gonna get caught between a rock and a hard place. The door got stuck from him, and he's not gonna be able to run away from that. But still more than enough utility to try and survive this. Pings are gonna be coming through. Mochi's on the other. A couple of shots coming in from Atama. It's gonna be costly. Beta tries to shut things down, but the defense is just way faster than him. 3-on-3, and both of these teams are extremely well matched, it seems, on the end of the day. Sunday's Best. It seems as though they came in early for them.
They are indeed doing their best, and that seems to be quite a lot for Made in Thailand to really contend with as we head into this thing. It is going to be 3-3s right now, and that might possibly trigger a timeout coming in from these players. But you know, let's talk about what we've seen so far, right? We've seen how Josh S can single-handedly put a stop to any kind of push coming in from Made in Thailand. More than that, let's talk about the retake potential that it seems like Sunday's Best are really playing for. They're not afraid to give up the site. It seems like they've done their research as to where exactly these Made in Thailand players like to go for a post plant, how exactly they can like wrap around the players. They have the timings of their lurks perfectly noted. And right now, Made in Thailand, even though they are able to get the spike down, they're just not able to hold on to the site or prevent any kind of a diffuse heading into this one.
Yeah, in a way, I do believe their entries are a little bit more lackluster in the way that they want to do it. Again, you talked about this as well. They are known for very fast executions, but on this particular map, you cannot be execution heavy and try to win out on those engagements. You're completely relying on Kadum to rush his way into a site, get 2 kills, and let the team entry on the back of him. Does it really work all the time? No, it really does not. In some of these situations, I feel as though Made in Thailand, they're putting so much pressure on Kadum, and if he doesn't perform, then the team's just going to fall apart. I don't see a lot of the flashes coming into play that allow Kadum to get these kills a lot more easier. The setups are a bit more far in between coming in from the team, and I do believe it could be a disconnect on this particular map. It's not one of their strongest, of course, as we know from past history, so let's just see how this pans out. Again, a bit too fast when it comes down to the aggression. They need to slow things down slightly so the pacing can get changed. And as we're here in this pause, the team's going to be able to get a little bit of time to try and talk about what exactly happened in these last particular 2 rounds. momentum has picked up for Sunday's Best, so let's see how they use it.
I think that it's also going to be a question of economy because I'm not sure that after these last few rounds that haven't gone in their favor, whether Made in Thailand really has enough to go in for a buy in the upcoming round. They do have that Blade Storm available for Kadum, and we've seen the kind of damage that he can really wreak. But like you mentioned, it seems like there is a lot of burden on Kadum's shoulder to be able to get those entry picks. And again, this is the read coming in from Sunday's Best. They know that Kadum likes to go aggressive. They saw that firsthand during that third round where Kadum just went in and got a 4K. They're happy to give up the site. They're like, look, you guys can have the site. You can plant the spike. You're not going to get any entry kills. And without that, they just completely immobilize the potential that Kadum has to play because he can't push further than that unless he gets that first initial pick. And it's creating so much problems for them, especially considering that they're post planned so often, especially on that A side. It depends on them being able to get that backside space. But so far, Sunday's Best, they're not letting them have any of those crucial areas and any of that crucial map control for them to really be able to play the post plant that they're used to playing. It's just
Yep.
insane coming in from them.
Yeah, they have done their homework and they understand how the side of Made in Thailand are really wanting to play each and every engagement. And when a team is this well prepared for these fast executions, then you're just stuck in that place where how do I really want to adapt? How do I want to approach these sidelines? How do I want to try and take a fight against them? Again, I do believe they're playing a bit too aggressive. Take it slow, take it steady, one step at a time. And we've seen this coming in from a couple of the other APAC teams that they personally just don't like to slow down. And if they lose, they try to speed up even further until something works and they brute force their head through the cracks just being shown in any stages. Again, that's going to work from time to time. When you are a team that are very confident, you start winning out on your aim duels and your engagements, then you're just going to be able to bum rush your way through. But when a team knows your strategies, when they're confident in their own capabilities, that's when the strategy of that particular map, the rotations, the map control will also come into play. And we have seen this as well, Sunday's Best. When they know for a fact that a hard-hitting execution is coming, they rotate very quickly. We have seen all 5 players rotate from mid, from B, in less than 10 seconds. And that is saying something because a lot of teams don't really give up those rotations easily unless they know a team is going to fully execute a site. That level of predictable play could just be the thing that bites them in the back later on.
Yeah, the one more thing that really works out in Sunday's Best favor is that they've never played together before as a team. This is their debut, so as to speak,
Yep.
and therefore
No info.
there isn't really much available about their game style, about their play style, about everything else. And you just can't predict how exactly they're going to play. The same doesn't apply for Made in Thailand though. Like just over the course of this LCQ that happened like a few months ago, I believe that they have a lot of WODs out there. They haven't really changed their agent comps up much. They're running the same comp that they've run most of the time, with the exception of the Sky. They sometimes like to put in the KO instead, but it's pretty much the comp that they've been running for a while. The play style is the same as they've been playing, and just the fact that they've said that their opponents have done so much research and they're able to like counter shot them so effectively is pretty huge. But anyway, we're apologizing for taking up so much of your time. I think that some of the teams are having a little bit of technical difficulties, but we've gotten notice that we should be heading back into the game pretty soon. So just bear with it for a little bit longer.
Yeah, the coach is having some technical difficulties. It happens from time to time. Not much that we can do. And I would say that this is South Asia in general, but it's Southeast Asia, so it's everywhere. It's everywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Let's just give it up for all the regions. They're gonna have some issues from time to time, but jumping back in towards the game in just a little bit, I do believe that we have confirmation that the coach has reconnected. So that's the good news at the end of the day. We just need the green light coming in from the teams as they're going to be jumping back in. 3-3 is the scorecard. Pretty standard when it comes down to both ends. And when it comes to the economy as well, overarchingly, you asked this before, both of the teams, they have enough money. Even if the members of Made in Thailand lose out on this particular round where they have gone in for the half shield buys, which is the most interesting part of here. We always talk about the economy in such a way that, hey, they always need to buy full armor rifles. But I don't know if you know this or not, but a lot of the teams in EMEA in particular have been experimenting to go in for half shield buys with rifles to try and stabilize that economy and snowball it further. That's how it goes. For example, they buy the half shield and Vandal on one particular round, and in the next round, they also buy a half shield, maybe a Spectre. They have proper weaponry to take the fight, and in the third round, they're still able to buy the full shields and Vandals regardless. The way manipulate the economy is very interesting. That's for certain.
Yeah, it was actually pioneered in NA, if I'm not wrong. Evil Genius has tried that strat against Ghost Gaming over the course of the LCQ or the event before that. I don't remember which event, but basically they did their research and they figured out that all the Ghost players always bought Vandal, and they did the math. Like, look, if you're shooting a Phantom at me, if you take me for 140, sure, the heavy armor makes a difference, but with a Vandal, it doesn't really make a difference whether I get half or full, and that's the kind of rationale they went in while pioneering this strat. And like you mentioned, of course, EMEA has evolved it to a whole other level. But eco these days, it means like a very, it doesn't apply completely, because especially with that stinger buff coming in, and I saw an entire article that somebody wrote like a few days ago about how you save your money on the pistol round, no matter whether you win or lose, you force stingers on the second, make sure that you can try to steal that round away because most people would not expect it. And there's a lot of fun things that you can really play around with economy in Valorant, and that's why I like the game so much. It's so versatile in all of these senses: economy, utility, just the agents themselves. It's pretty fun.
Again, this is one of the few games that I have to say, in the tactical shooter genre at least, where even the eco rounds are possibly the most dangerous ones. I'm scared more of eco rounds in particular than rifle rounds. When it comes down to rifle rounds, I'm like, hey, they're gonna stop, they're gonna shoot me, and I'm gonna tap them in the head. I'm completely fine with that. Then when it comes down to the 50 rounds, I see a random Sage running 5 miles away from me, double-dicking me in the head with a stinger, and then I'm just sitting in the corner being like, you go first, I'm not going there anymore.
Yes, but finally heading back into the map, it is 3-3, and like you mentioned, we are going to be having what constitutes a full buy for both of these teams. Right off the bat, it is going to be the Viper's Pit, invested for the defenders onto that A side, which is exactly where Made in Thailand are not hitting. They're going in for that quick B execute instead, and Josh S, with the help of that operator, he manages to find 2 already on the run. Peaks gets the 3rd as well. He's not able to connect the 4th though. It's all down to just Beta here who has to close out this 1v2. He does at least have that Viper's Pit to try and use, and right now he is possibly aware of the fact that the rotation hasn't yet come in. Looking at the timings of these, that wall going down though might make things a little bit more difficult, and I think he's trying to isolate a 1v1 before he really tries to commit that Viper's Pit and tries to clutch it out, or maybe he thinks he can do it without it. Who knows? He might be feeling pretty confident in himself, but he's playing this really slowly. He doesn't want to risk anything. Yeah, but already look at the position of these players from Sunday's Best. They're already on the back side.
Oh, this is bad. But Beta, I think he already found the read. They're in towards the side, and he needs to work his way over to A. This will be such a... I don't know, this is actually a nail-biting moment for both of these teams, because they have no idea where the positions could be. If Beta makes one single bit of noise, it's just already done for. They don't know the position. And Urza, way faster on the engagement, pulls that trigger and sends him back down to hell. 4-3 with Sunday's Best, holding strong when it comes down to these engagements.
For a second, I had a mini heart attack there because it looked like Beta could possibly clutch it out, but heading into this particular round, they are going to be able to buy in yet again. Like you mentioned, the economy with the half shields really coming in clutch here. Kadoom will be playing off of his Blade Storm, which is nothing to scoff at. However, though, this is the advantage of having a KO on the opponent, right? If you do have that knife available, it is going to be able to shut down utility like the Jet's Blade Storm as well as the Torta Force, and really like these eco rounds. But it is going to be Kadoom starting off things right off the bat with that first pick. We'll have to wait, unfortunately, for his Blade Storm to come back online before he can try to go in further, but that first pick is going to be enough for these Made in Thailand players to at least get the site, pop that Viper's Pit, and get the spike down. We're looking at a 4v4 retake right now, as Joshua does manage to get the Blade Storm offline.
I'm even more surprised that the Jet for some reason didn't get hit. Hello? With Hunter's Fury, but that's completely fine. Couple of Valorant things happening in the background, but for WannaFly, he needs to try and take this engagement, but he turns around in the worst possible sync at the timing! Hello? What's the footsteps, man? The Vandal's not gonna give you anything here. When Taba's gonna get the shutdown, the lone over on the other side of the wall, doesn't really get any info, and no idea of what to do to try and survive. 5-3, and ladies and gentlemen, what is happening to the side of Made in Thailand? They're getting caught off guard so often, and even when they get the first initial peak, they try to over-aggress, and that's how they start dying out. They're not playing based upon information, and on Breeze, information is king.
Ooh. Well, Anyway, after that round, Josh S is yet again, drumroll, gonna be having that tour de force online again. And this man on an eco round was able to get a 4K and convert it. This is gonna be a full buy coming in for Sunday's best. So I'm almost afraid to see how much more damage he can do. Kadum does have the operator to counterbalance it though. He's gonna be starting off with a peek into that halls area, but there's nobody who's gonna be really playing there from the side of Sunday's best. Everybody is stacked up towards side, instead playing a little bit of a default this time. Made in Thailand, they've slowed things down significantly here as they try to go in for some mid and A control. They are going to be breaking that trademark down towards halls to create a little bit of confusion in the ranks of Sunday's best. But so far, it seems like they're not really biting it. You do see the Sova rotating over towards the side.
That's a duel.
But it's going to be Kadum who takes that first duel and finds that first pick. Josh S, he just wasn't ready for it heading into this one. And off the back of that, it looks like they are gearing up for this A execute here.
Enemy kill.
Kadum with the operator. God damn, he's an absolute menace. Those are the first 2 kills that they needed. And ooh, Urza nearly got caught out in the worst possible position, but he's still gonna be able to survive. Hunter's Fury gets some information. Urza!
Spike
Goodbye.
down A. One enemy
That's
remaining.
one, that's 2, and it's done. Made in Thailand, they had full control, especially with the first 2 initial peaks.
30
And
seconds
again,
left.
I have to highlight something to you, Zach. How many times have you
Spike
watched
planted.
Kadum get the first blood or the first kill throughout each and every round that the members of Made in Thailand were able to win? If
I
he
mean,
gets
his-
the first 2 kills, that's a guaranteed victory for Made in Thailand.
Let's hope that you don't jinx it. But you know, historically, I was pulling up some of Kadum's stats today, and this man has like one of the highest first blood percentages in the APAC region. Like the only people who consistently overtake him are like Forsaken and Jing, which is understandable. But this guy, he is super aggressive. He's not afraid to get in. Most of the time, when Made in Thailand plays, you're gonna be seeing him up on that scoreboard with about 7 or 8 first bloods to his name, no matter how close or how easy the match was. This man is not afraid of anything. And now that he's picked up the operator, he only does this when things are dire. He's almost unstoppable right now. Yet again, it is going to be a battle of the operators, possibly, as it is going to be Josh's also buying it. The Blaze Storm coming in as well from Sunday Best here. As this time around, it seems like Made in Thailand, they're going to be going in for some mid control instead. They do have their usual lurker players towards the A and the B side, both the Viper and the Chamber, watching for a push. But it is going to be Kadum with the operator, watching the tiniest sliver of an angle, waiting for someone to walk into his cross. The flash doesn't exactly go his way.
What?
Unfortunately, it's going to be Kadum who gets flashed by his own teammate instead, and that's going to cost him his own life.
Accidents do happen, but that one accident could have just easily costed them the entire round. That was a guaranteed first. Did we talk about it?
A few mishaps happening this round. That first pick is it's just snowballing at this point. It's still not entirely hopeless though. They do have that ult to work with. If they can perhaps win this engagement, it might be what they need, but unfortunately it's not going to be the case. It's all down to just WannaFly here, who is going to have to pull off some incredible heals to somehow bring this round back. Get the first, gets the second as well, but finally Josh is going to step in and he's going to be like, look man, nope, you've had your time. Kadum's gone, you have no friends left. I, however, do, and he's going to shut down the round and bring the lead back, I suppose, for the side of Sunday's Best. But that round, it was just super unfortunate for Made in Thailand. That flash, I think he was trying to pop it inside of the tunnel, possibly towards the CT angle, and it just went over. He tried to make the best of it, pop it over, but Kadum, maybe he wasn't warned early enough, or he just wasn't ready for it, and that just caused the entire round to fall apart there.
Yeah, especially when you have that operator. A lot of people don't know this actually. Whenever you do a flash against an operator player in particular, and if it's a friendly flash or an enemy flash, doesn't really matter. You know how the op covers the top part of the screen with the scope? That actually still doesn't block the flash. You can still see the top part of your screen regardless if you hold a Vandal or a rifle, and the flash is still there. A lot of players think that, oh, I'm not going to get flashed because I'm scoped in. I don't see the flash on top of my screen. Still gonna affect you, and Kadum probably just thought that, hey, I'm gonna be safe from the flash. That's gonna be a flash that pops out on the top. There was an accident. He was not able to get it through the tunnel, but it's completely fine. We're gonna be heading on back in towards the game, but again, just unfortunate situations all around, just not panning out for their end. The coach took the pause in the best way possible, I would say. In that situation, after such a massive mishap coming in when it comes down to team coordination, taking that pause will just allow the players to reset, get into a better mindset, and not just, start having the mental breakdown, because we have seen this happen over and over again. After one small misplay, the entire team just completely breaks apart.
Yeah, it's a snowball effect. It happens quite often. This time around, though, Made in Thailand, they've gone back to their group tactics. We did see them go for a little bit of a default over the course of the last few rounds, but now they're going to be rushing into this A side off the back of those Seekers, which are going to be giving away the position of both Xerxia as well as Aryu towards the backside. Kaduma is going to be able to shut down one off the back of that, but that flash from Aryu is going to be perfect here. He's able to connect 2 crucial kills, gets the 3rd as well somehow. Okay, Aryu, that is insane. Has another command ready to go as well if he chooses to use it, but considering that's a 4v2, he's probably just gonna take it a bit slow.
Get the ace, give it to him!
As well. Get the ace, he got it! Oh no! Joshua steals it away, but what a showing from Aryu to just hold down that site and keep it strong for Sunday's best.
He's just so good. Each and every time we see a player like Aryu show up, he does not miss a single beat when it comes down to his shots. KO played down perfection. Each and every swing, each and every flash that he utilized as well was done for a purpose, and none of his teammates even need to do anything. Again, Josh is being an absolute Chad when it comes down to this. We already know. He's Chamber. He's gonna need to start fragging out. The man has what? 18 kills and 7 deaths.
You want to play?
Power pack
Let's
performance
play.
coming in from him indeed, and he's gonna be wanna fly with the tour de force, I believe, this time around, trying to possibly get a pick towards I believe the B area, but it seems doubtful because Josh is yet again holding the angle. Kadum just walks into it. Kadum, my friend, that is why you have so much sky utility. You have flashes, you have a Trailblazer to clear out these angles. Don't just drive me. However, this time around, though, it is going to be a rare miss coming in from Wanafly as well as Josh's. Neither of them seem to be able to hit each other. Luckily, though, there is backup coming in from Motsky, and that is going to leave Made in Thailand in shambles right now. The spike dropped in the open. Only 2 players left alive. No ults really to work with either, I think. And this looks like an 8-4 to me.
Yeah. Pretty much guaranteed at this point, unless there's an absolute and utter disregard for anything here. It's just not gonna happen. Again, the positions are not gonna be that good. Urza's gonna be able to find another one on to leave. And yeah, alone. Step alone over towards the back end of B main. Nothing that they can do, and they're just being shut down in each and every manner. Again, they're trying to brute force their way in. Just look at this particular round. They're pushing through one particular Viper orb. They're not respecting the Viper whatsoever, and Motsky's just farming them pretty much with Josh on his side. It's not gonna work like this, and Made in Thailand, they need a complete shift in their strategies when it comes down to the defensive side as well.
I mean, over the course of that entire attacking half, I did not see any kind of utility really being used by Alone Fills or Leaf. Leaf, you did see him pop the Trailblazer sometimes. Towards the A side, it seems like they have a set execute, but towards B, their strategy just seems to be running in. And, you know, if Kadum gets those first 2 kills, sure, it works out. But if he's going to be shut down like we saw, it's going to make things impossible for them. Heading into this defensive half, though, Made in Thailand, they have a lot of work to do. They have to try and win this pistol to keep things from completely snowballing in the direction of Sunday.
Nice shot.
Kadum does start things off with that first pick, but is immediately traded out quickly. Motsky going
my
huge
God, what a
there.
fly!
Wanafly as well, though,
Spike
finally
down
getting
B.
3 before going
Last
down,
player
bringing
standing.
things back to a much more manageable 1v1 as opposed to how things were falling apart there. It's all down to just Mantaba here, who has to get the spike down. It seems like Vida is aware of the possibility of a rotate. He's just gonna tap the spike. He's not aware of where exactly this player might be peeking from. Unfortunately, though, now he's gonna know. Beat out with the classic, not able to finish off that kill. Does do quite a bit of damage to Mantaba, though, and now it's gonna come down to who can hit the headshot better, who can connect the aim precisely before the spike goes down. Because Mantaba, he can't afford to plant it here. He has to be really careful about this.
He knows each and every one of these positions. A peek from the side. Look at the way that the Viper is playing. Beta just being an absolute giga chat in this instance, but the aim is way better from Mantaba. Utility usage is good. The Tom and Jerry chase is perfect, but at the end of the day, the aim is where it all matters, baby. And the headshots galore. And Zach just can't believe it.
The utility usage was so good coming in from Vida. I generally thought that he might be able to get the round just with the help of those snake bites, but, you know, the headshot coming in from Mantaba was, like you mentioned, was so precise. It was exactly what they needed. And off the back of that, well, Made in Thailand, they're kind of staring down the barrel of the gun at this point. We're looking at a possible 10-4 here, and after that, they're gonna have to somehow make the comeback. Erza ready with the Marshall to get these picks. Again, they know that Made in Thailand on these eco rounds, they like to push out of a particular side, and they've just been holding this entire time, waiting at the default to try and get these picks. Off the back of that, they know that there are at least 3 or 4 players sources. A-side spot out the 5th one as well at the back of B, and they're just going to be booking it towards the side. It said they already have almost gotten backside control, and Beta is in such a bad position. Poor man.
Yeah, he was just stuck between rock and hard place, but Josh maybe a little bit too aggressive for his own good. Does get caught out by Kadum. And now positions good from Motski. Free double kill for him, but these splashes are not working for them. Spots on the shoulder. Swings out to get the final kill. And Kadum nearly turned the round on its head by getting those first initial 2 headshots, but not going to be enough to find a clutch. Shots all around, and my god. I already know what they're doing. And again, it's all about the map control. Look at the way that Sunday's Best are playing all across this map. They know exactly what they're capable of. They know exactly what to expect. And Made in Thailand, they're just running into their waiting arms.
I think that, you know, there's something that we didn't see a lot really coming in from Made in Thailand during their attacker half. They weren't really patient, and more than that, they didn't go for much control aside from mid and A most of the rounds. This time, yet again, it is going to be a B push coming in. Erza does dash in with a Marshall of all things, but Leaf is ready with the crossfire along with Own Fills. They're able to shut down this push completely, get 3 players in the process, and it's going to leave just Mantaba in the process, who does get a pick with that shock dart, aim beautifully, just connect with Leaf and somehow stabilizes things. Motski also does have this Vandal to work with, so if he can isolate these fights, get those 1v1s and connect those headshots, it might be what they need. However, though, the spike is still in such an untenable position, drops onto site. It's going to be so much work to try and retrieve it, and Made in Thailand, they have it completely locked down. Look at the positioning from these players here.
Yeah, Beta's position's already known, and again, I do believe that Made in Thailand have a little bit more of an opportunity in this round just because they have the better weaponry. Motsi's going to be able to find a little bit of an upgrade, but he just needs to find 1 kill to try and equalize his Beta. He knows he doesn't need to over-aggress here. Position's already been given. Nest players completely out of contention. But what a fly. He's going to be able to fly sky high. 10 and 5 with a double headshot to try and bring in the round. On the side of Made in Thailand, seems to have a bit more of a fight left in them. But the real question is, will it be enough momentum to propel them forward to a possible equalization on a 10 and 10? Because if they lose 1 more round and give away that 11, their economy plus their morale will take a pretty massive hit.
You're right there. Heading into this round, though, it is going to be one to watch out for, because it is going to be the full buy kicking in for both of these teams. Made in Thailand, they have a chance to really extend and capitalize on this here, because if they win this, it's going to break the bank for the side of Sunday's Best and also bolster their own economy. Already, you can see Wannafly. He's taken so much control in this elbow position. He's going to be watching as well, so if anybody does try to aggress towards that B side, he will know. Right now, though, yet again, it is going to be so much patience, so much slowness coming in from Sunday's Best here. Motski is going to be spotted towards this A side and is going to be caught in the open by Beta. We won't talk about that too much. It is going to be the first pick going in favor of Made in Thailand, and that is going to be something that will definitely propel the odds in their favor, unless, of course, Josh S. He pulls off a sneaky peeky play here.
The trademark's gonna stop him though. Straight on all the way towards the back. Kadum's gonna be able to get another shutdown kill. But Ursa, okay, maybe getting a little bit more spicy with it. Coming in from Josh, and they're able to take it all away. The side is now theirs, and the timing is everything. But Josh does not spot out Leaf. He's looking in the other direction, but it's completely fine. Urza's on towards the top end of the box. He has the angle, he has the fight. Wannafly gave away his position, and everyone can now start to converge on top of him. Crossfires galore all around. They know the positions. And Wannafly, I think he's gonna get swatted like a fly as well. Urza takes the kill. 11 and 5 as Sunday's Best. They take another round for themselves.
No, I genuinely thought that Wannafly had a shot there, because despite the crossfire, both of those players were really low, and all it would have taken was probably like one bullet from that Vandal to shut both of them down, assuming that he had the reflexes to flick, and he did. But you know, the angle being held by Xerxia was just too good for them to really like contend with, and that is going to be 11-5 like you mentioned. At least for the side of Maiden Thailand, they do have an economy to work with. They also have two big ults heading into this one, both the Blade Storm as well as that Tour de Force. Tour de Force not going to be invested, but the Blade Storm is, and immediately off the back of that, it is going to be the Null Command countering it in case Kaduma is playing here. It is going to possibly shut him down, and you see that Maiden Thailand, they've given up the side here. They are okay with playing it for the retake. The question is though, will they be able to make this retake work? Josh is on the lurk as well. However, Wannafly, he's ready for it and catches him out. 3-5.
My god. It's like the Butterfly show at this stage. He's been so predominant in the way that he's taken by Beta. Is also on the other end of this. Are you though? Still very much alive to try and contest all of this. 1 versus 2 situation on the map. He still has the fragment to try and play around with. That's going to be a double swing, and he does not want to risk it with the fragment. Maybe things could have been different if he used that slight bit of utility to try and bounce it off the wall and try to catch them, slow things down a bit longer, but again, tomato, tomato, potato, potato. 11-6. They get another one for themselves to keep things going.
I'm just amazed at how both of these teams, they're not giving up anytime soon yet, but looking at the scoreboard, you do see that the kill distribution is much, apart from the anomaly that is Josh S, of course, the kill distribution is much more even for the side of Sunday's Best, because it seems like every player is stepping up huge here. Economy not really so much in their favor. This is going to be the last round, and they're really scraping the bottom of the barrel here. They do have the Blade Storm for their Jet to play off of, and of course the operator for Josh S. This man does not stop with this particular rifle. This time around, it is going to be him holding down this Hall's angle instead. We did see Kadu make a similar play during Maiden Thailand's attacker half. However, though, like Kadum, at least right off the bat, he's not finding any kind of picks towards that angle.
Yep. He doesn't really find much done, but again, he's so aggressive with it. Wait a second! Razak, did you actually see his head from that corner? He's gonna be able to catch one of the players, but maybe he likes his knife a little bit too much. That's gonna be a pretty rough position for them to try and get out of. Don't take this engagement on this position. Josh is gonna be able to find the clean up kill though with the operator in hand. That's perfect for them. They have the entirety of the side. The Trailblazers not really gonna do anything to them. They're all sitting inside of the Viper spin, but want to fly again. Coming in clutch for the strike. He's able to live through it all. And the flash coming in from one end. Leaves position's already been given away. Aryu's going to be able to get the clean up crew kill. And Aryu, man, straight through the Viper spin. Doesn't even need to see his target. Gets the 12 on the board for his squad. As the side of Sunday's Best, they live through it all.
I think
for Maiden Thailand, I think it's... I don't know. They just feel so disconnected as a team. This is not what we know them for.
Yeah, exactly. I think that towards the first half, perhaps they took their opponents just a little bit too casually. They were like, yeah, these are individual players. Sure, they've played for some good teams. They might have been part of Bren, or they might have been part of Action PH, but, you know, we're made in Thailand. We've been playing together as a roster for years. We're going to be fine. And they just get a little bit overconfident, and the momentum snowballs. The rounds, they're nowhere to be found. And right now, they're on the brink of the precipice here. Founders Fury going to be invested to try and perhaps deter this kind of push coming in, but it's not going to be able to find any value. Neither does the 0 point for that matter. Xerxia with the dash has managed to make his way into sight, onto sight now, and it's going to make things even more difficult for Leaf to hold onto in this corner that he's sucked into. If they don't clear him though, he might be able to find an incredible amount of value, but right now, despite Xerxia being all the way into sight, it seems like Sunday's Best, they're just going to cut noise and possibly wait to see what other kind of information is being given. However, that Trailblazer is going to spot out two players from the side of from the side of Sunday's Best. I'm sorry. That flash though is going to prevent Leaf from doing anything about it, and now we're looking at a full 5-on-5 retake here, Agi.
Yep. They're just in a pretty tough spot. You can see that the members of Maiden Thailand, they're extremely scared to try and even make this engagement happen early on. So much utility, so much information. Yep, Urza's gonna get still probably gonna get a kill of it. Doesn't really survive to find that Leaf's gonna be able to find the equalization. He's gonna be able to do two more though, to do him the savior for this entire team. He's gonna be able to live through it all. The lineup's a little bit too late here, buddy. There's no way you're gonna be able to live through this one. One kill is all that Volsky needed to try and maybe contest it. But lineup was really late. The lineup did not really find that value that he wanted. Kadoom, man. Each and every time we count the members of Made in Thailand out, it's always Kadoom or Wanna who's just bringing them back up. Both of these players are superstars, and as you can see from the scorecard as well, they're showcasing it all around.
Man, that was a terrifying round. Honestly, I thought that Made in Thailand were done for, but Kadoom pulls it together, gets 3 on the round, and also manages to pick up the op for Wanna. It is going to be a chamber op battle here heading into this one if they do end up facing off against each other, because Josh he's popped that Tour de Force, and he is going to be the weapon that they really need to contest with, because all the other players, they don't really have the economy to buy in. You do see sheriffs across the board for the side of these players, and Wanna this time around, he's going to be the chamber, finding that first pick, taking down Xerxia. That means your primary duelist is no longer going to be available. That means no dash and no your ability to create space is just so much more curtailed as a result of that. Josh is going to be spotted out as well, and they know that he has a Tour de Force, so I'm pretty sure that Made in Thailand, they're not going to be taking any kind of peeks in that particular direction.
Yep, that's for certain. For Josh, with his Tour de Force in hand, let's see if he can find any form of value with it. We saw him clutch out a round before, but on the attacking side, the Tour de Force, it's even more difficult to get a lot of value out of. A lot of utility being utilized, though, by Beta, and now he has absolutely nothing to try and stop them when they're starting to rush in towards the side. That's going to be a jump in coming in from RU to try and break his way in. They get the spike plan down, and I like the fact that Made in Thailand, they're actually showing so much respect to their opposition. They're taking things slow, they're taking things in a much more of a smarter fashion, and that could work. Josh being hyper aggressive to try and get this equalization kill, and I love this, because he knows unless he finds a kill, this retake will overwhelm them very easily considering the weapon disadvantage.
It is the case, and well, oh, that's unfortunate. He gets spotted out by that recon bolt, and they are going to be pushing into him right off the back of that. Yeah.
No way!
He gets the pick and TPs away. That's going to make things so rough right now. Misses the second shot, though, and off the back of that, Kadoom is able to capitalize. However, the trades are quick right now. Things are back down to a 2v2, but the clock, there's no time left for Made in Thailand to possibly get this diffused through. The snake bite strikes, and off the back of that, it is going to be Sunday's Best taking this, eliminating Made in Thailand with a Thrifty.
There is no way. Did they actually win the entire game on a Thrifty?
I mean, that happened like during the third round. We saw the Tour de Force coming in. That was a Thrifty, and they end the game on a Thrifty as well. What a performance coming in from Sunday's Best. You have to give them credit for it, because everybody heading into this particular matchup, we were all thinking that sure, it's going to be pretty easy for Made in Thailand, but Sunday's Best, they really did show up and do a phenomenal job. And like you mentioned, Aggressive, this is exactly what tournaments like this are for, right? You do have these free agents, these players who haven't been signed yet, showcasing their skills, showing why they would be a good option for any of these franchise teams to really pick up. And this particular matchup is a stunning example of why it's important to always play at your best.
Yep. You can never count out any of these players. Again, I was extremely surprised at Josh and his form. The guy's been having a pretty rough time previously when we did see him on other teams. But here, he's just in the zone, and he's not missing a single beat. And to take down a team like Made in Thailand, let's just say that they're having a pretty bad day, because this is not the Made in Thailand that we normally know and love, of course. The team, we already know that this team in particular can just perform in a completely different manner. They know exactly how to play around with a lot of their strategies. They had an idea of what they really wanted to do throughout the entire game, but I don't know, they just felt extremely disconnected. Kadoom going way too fast compared to the utility being thrown out by his team. It's just, they were being shut down a lot more because they were making mistakes, and the mistakes were being capitalized upon by the members of Sunday's Best. And to have a team that is this good at shutting down your opponents when they make these kind of mistakes is what really a team should be like in a lot of these different cases. You don't need a team that has rocket science levels of strategy. You don't need an FNS on your squad who can just completely big brain each and every strategy and outsmart your opposition. No, the bare bones basics are where it's at. And for Made in Thailand today, at least, their basics were just non-existent, as if they had a very crumbly foundation when they're possibly one of the most foundationally sound teams when it comes down to the entirety of APAC.
Yeah, one more thing to really note down for is today is that it just felt like Kadum wasn't able to do his usual shenanigans, and that mainly comes down to both Alone Fails and I believe he was the silver player, right? Not being able to find as much value with his utility. Same with the Sky. Both of them, they have so much utility that Kadum usually uses to try and find purchase onto sites here. He just wasn't able to do that today. You saw him pushing in blind so many times along with Wannafly, and they don't clear out their corners. A lot of very, very trivial mistakes that you usually try to avoid seeing at the Zelo. You see it once perhaps during the course of a map, but to see it so many times, you saw it in the first round where Kadub did not check that corner where Josh S was playing, and off the back of that, you saw so many of those silly mistakes being played. Perhaps it also has to do with the map, because like we did talk about right off the bat, this is one of Made in Thailand's worst maps. I think they have like a 36% win rate on it, which is really bad for them. So that this being the result of the veto, it was less than ideal for them perhaps. But again, we can talk all about how Made in Thailand didn't do as per our expectations, but Sunday's Best, they really deserve a lot of credit here, because I think that what really spoke to me about their performance today was their team coordination. They were just so much able to play off each other. Like, sure, Josh S, he went up huge there, he put up those numbers, but a lot of those plays, a lot of the positions that he was able to find those kills and that value from was a result of his teammates, their positioning and their utility as well. So I think that as a team, it was just so much stronger a performance coming in from Sunday's Best today.
Yeah. Sunday came in early. We have to say that each and every time. So for their team, they're going to be moving forward. Sadly, there's not going to be any more matches coming in from Made in Thailand. Maybe if they had a couple of more matches to play, maybe in a best of 3, they could have showcased something to us. But head on back to the drawing board. Just work on the foundational problems and you're going to be able to come back stronger. Just like we're going to be coming back stronger, ladies and gentlemen, with the next game after just a short little break. Don't go anywhere. Make sure to check out all the links under the description. We'll be right back.
यार गेम क्या सुपर स्मूथ चल रहा है।
Asus gaming laptop, वो भी amazing deal के साथ, and I can pay आराम से with a 12-month no cost EMI. Crazy!
कहाँ से लिया?
Bro, JBL earbuds at 45% off. उसके ऊपर free Kindle and Audible subscriptions. Can you believe it? अब ये देख।
वो
शांति।
कहाँ से लिया? Sorry.
Hey, you! I'm tracking my run on this new smartwatch I got. Noise का 70% off.
Oh.
मैंने सोचा ऐसी डील पे मैं भी अपनी फिटनेस बढ़ा लूं. Seamless Bluetooth calling. Hey, I'm running towards you. Yeah. कहाँ से लिया? ये देख, I just got this Intel Evo laptop in exchange for my old one. 20,000 बच गए. बस 99 rupees में extended warranty. Plus 20% off भी मिल गया. Pretty sweet deal, right?
Totally feel you, bro. This iPad was always on my wish list. Got the latest one at a great deal and saved $8,000 in exchange for my old phone.
Hey, what's up?
सबको इतनी बढ़िया डील्स मिल रही हैं। ये सब कहाँ से लिया?
Amazon से लिया।
Amazon Great Indian Festival से?
Amazon Great Indian Festival पर मिलेंगे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स पर जबरदस्त डील्स, नो कॉस्ट EMI, एक्सचेंज ऑफर और सेम डे डिलीवरी।
अब इंडिया बोलेगा Amazon से लिया।
Amazon से लिया, Amazon से लिया, Amazon से लिया।
यस यार गेम क्या सुपर स्मूथ चल रहा है.
Asus gaming laptop, वो भी amazing deal के साथ. And I can pay आराम से with a 12-month no cost EMI. Crazy!
कहाँ से लिया?
Bro, JBL earbuds at 45% off. उसके ऊपर free Kindle and Audible subscriptions. Can you believe it? अब ये देख. शांति.
कहाँ से लिया? Sorry.
Hey, you! I'm tracking my run on this new smartwatch I got. Noise का 70% off.
Oh,
मैंने सोचा ऐसी डील पे मैं भी अपनी फिटनेस बढ़ा लूं. Seamless Bluetooth calling. Hey, I'm running towards you. Yeah. ये देख, I just got this Intel Evo laptop in exchange for my old one. 20,000 बच गए. बस 99 rupees में extended warranty. Plus 20% off भी मिल गया. Pretty sweet deal, right?
Totally feel you, bro. This iPad was always on my wish list. Got the latest one at a great deal and saved $8,000 in exchange for my old phone.
Hey, what's up?
सबको इतनी बढ़िया डील्स मिल रही हैं. ये सब कहाँ से लिया?
Amazon से लिया.
Amazon Great Indian Festival से.
Amazon Great Indian Festival पर मिलेंगे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स पर जबरदस्त डील्स, नो कॉस्ट EMI, एक्सचेंज ऑफर और सेम डे डिलीवरी.
अब इंडिया बोलेगा Amazon से लिया.
Amazon se liya, Amazon se liya, Amazon se liya.
यार गेम क्या सुपर स्मूथ चल रहा है।
Asus gaming laptop, वो भी amazing deal के साथ, and I can pay आराम से with a 12-month no cost EMI. Crazy!
कहाँ से लिया?
Bro, JBL earbuds at 45% off. उसके ऊपर free Kindle and Audible subscriptions. Can you believe it? अब ये देख। शांति।
कहाँ से लिया? Sorry.
You? I'm tracking my run on this new smartwatch I got. Noise का 70% off.
Oh,
मैंने सोचा ऐसी डील पे मैं भी अपनी फिटनेस बढ़ा लूं. Seamless Bluetooth calling. Hey, I'm running towards you. Yeah. ये देख, I just got this Intel Evo laptop in exchange for my old one. 20,000 बच गए. बस 99 रुपीज में extended warranty. Plus 20% off भी मिल गया. Pretty sweet deal, right?
Totally feel you, bro. This iPad was always on my wish list. Got the latest one at a great deal and saved $8,000 in exchange for my old phone.
Hey, what's up?
सबको इतनी बढ़िया डील्स मिल रही हैं। ये सब कहाँ से लिया?
Amazon से लिया।
Amazon Great Indian Festival से.
Amazon Great Indian Festival पर मिलेंगे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स पर जबरदस्त डील्स, नो कॉस्ट EMI, एक्सचेंज ऑफर और सेम डे डिलीवरी।
अब इंडिया बोलेगा Amazon से लिया।
Amazon से लिया, Amazon से लिया, Amazon से लिया।
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the LG Ultragear presents the Esports Club Challenger Series for the VCT off-season, powered by Amazon India, with our GPU partners being TODAK Gaming, gaming partners being Intel, memory and storage partners being Crucial, laptop partners being Asus, and of course our broadcast partner, none other than Loco. It's going to be your boy Aggressive back with his mic still alive for the sponsor callouts, thankfully, because I have to call out our sponsors for the amazing tournament that they have hosted for us. Again, SCA and South Asia. Two contenders to try and reign supreme, to head on down to the very top to see exactly which region is better. Or maybe the top of one particular region. You never really know. Again, it's a free-for-all for each of these squads. And as we saw from the last game, for the SCA region in particular, the side of Made in Thailand just were not able to take down Sunday's best. For them, Sunday came in early, and they were able to just completely take over the entire match as well.
I mean, to be fair, while we did consider Sunday's best to be the underdog, they are experienced players in their own right, and it showed in their team coordination as well as their overall performance. Looking at them, it is going to be Josh S, who has that MVP coming in, 25 and 14, 200 AC, ADR, and 300 ACS. But the rest of the team as well, they're not slacking anywhere. Like everyone is around 12 to 14 kills. All of them have like a similar ACS, and it's just an overall a very coordinated, very clean performance coming in from them. I just wish we could say the same for Made in Thailand as well, because both Alon Fields as well as Leaf, they didn't really have as great a game as you usually expect from them, because we've seen these guys literally get MVPs before in events, and the fact that it was only Kadum and Wannafly who were really putting up the numbers for Made in Thailand, it probably contributed a lot to their loss.
Yeah, that's for certain. Again, it just really was not as expected, because Made in Thailand, they have showcased their numbers previously to be an incredible squad, but today this was just monkey see, monkey do. You get a couple of kills, you're going to be able to win a round. And I'm really hoping that's not what's going to happen here for this matchup in particular. So let's head on down over to the team versus team screen. It's exactly who's going to be playing. And I was really excited for this one for a particular reason. Full Sense going up against Toadak. Now, this is where the real fun's going to be at.
I know that you also have some personal stake in it, like you were telling me during the break. But yeah, this is definitely a matchup that I have also been looking forward to, mainly because I miss seeing Johnson on the big screen. We haven't really caught sight of him since LCQ got over, and this man's Jet is one of the most pristine gameplay that I've seen in the SCA region. So it's just gonna be really nice to have him back. Let's take a look at the map beta to see where exactly both of these teams are gonna be facing off. The bans have come in. It is going to be Icebox and Breeze banned right off the bat. Understandable. These are the strongest maps for both of these teams. And after all of this, we're going to be heading over to Bind, which is going to be the best of one for today. And honestly, I think that this is a map that could definitely go in either side's favor, though Full Sense, they just have a bit more practice. They do have a better win percentage, and I think that at least statistically the math is in their favor. But Toadak, they're no slouches at Bind either.
Yep, that's a guarantee. But again, Bind has gone through a lot of different shifts in the meta recently, especially in our region in particular, and of course SCA, because Euro's becoming a lot more prominent here, and I've seen a lot of SCA teams slowly start to gravitate towards that pickup, and also in other regions as well, considering how powerful that pickup has become, primarily due to Forsaken being an absolute chat on it. But other than that, I do believe that Bind will be a bit more of the standardized play, focusing heavily on executions and to try and gain information as much as they possibly can to play this map out properly. Raze, one of the must-have pickups on this particular map, but you were considering the fact that John's possibly going to be playing that Jet over the Raze. So do you think there's a possibility of a double duelist composition coming into play, or maybe just a single duelist being the Raze and everyone else opting for that much more supportive playstyle with technically a fade, but we have seen people gravitate towards the sky a lot more as well on this map?
I mean, well, we can speculate all we like, but we are going to be heading into Agent Select.
Okay, wait!
It is...
Wait a minute!
What's up?
Did you see that? Do you see both of these duelists?
Yeah, I was going to talk about that, but we headed into Agent Select pretty quick. So this is the comp that Todak have been running over their last few iterations on this particular map, and it's worked out great for them, at least against South Asian teams. They managed to bully both Metal and Reckoning Esports in the process, beat them like 13-7, 13-8, and it was with the same agent comp. It works out great for them, especially, if you are going to be watching that Neon and Yoru coordinate, just the utility that's being dumped while they're on the attack is absolutely insane. I really like watching Todak play this particular agent comp. That's why I got so excited when the map was bind. That's why I said, even though statistically they might not have the math up there, the last few times that they've been running this agent comp, they've had spectacular results. However, all of those results were against South Asian teams. So let's see how they do against a counter, their own regional parts, Southeast Asian, so as to speak. As for Volsens, though, again, this is a team that they haven't really changed up their comp as much. They know that it works for them. Like you mentioned, John Olsen, he switches often between the Raze and the Jet here. So this time around, he's gone for the Raze, which, like you mentioned, it makes sense. Raze is arguably the best duelist for this particular map, and I'm very excited to see how this map is going to go, considering Todak, they haven't hesitated in picking up their new comp, so as to speak.
Yeah. Again, I'm very surprised, first of all, to see a Neon. Neon's quite powerful, especially with the recent changes to her ultimate. She's absolutely insane. You can easily shut down in a 1v5 situation if you just have a slight bit of utility and some information to play around with. But that Euro is possibly the most interesting pickup, because the combination of a Neon and a Euro is something that a lot of people will start to slack on because of one particular reason. If you have a Euro ultimate available, you pop that, have two of your flashes, you can just easily get the shutdown kills in just a couple of seconds. The Euro himself can just set up the entirety of the play for the Neon who's running on behind him. And considering the Euro is going to be running in very quickly, utilize and gaining a lot of space and gaining a lot of information, Neon can easily catch up in the behind. There's a reason why we always talk about the fact that Neon is the space creator, and someone needs to be behind the Neon to try and utilize the space that she creates. But here, the dynamic shifts and changes. Now that the Euro can create a lot of space, basically just using fake TPs, maybe the clone, being a lot more of the nuisance that the opponents have to constantly try and think about. The Neon has free reign to just run amok. Nothing's going to be able to stop her, considering the Euro's already utilizing every bit of utility that the defenders could have had to try and stop the Euro from being an aggressive pick, stopping the Euro from going in a lot more aggressively and trying to take swings and take engagements in that sense. So in my eyes, this composition has a lot of versatility, but on the other end, you have a composition that is a lot more tested. And when you have a composition that is this potent in defense, you know the problems are going to start to arise for Todak's side as well.
One more thing that interests me about Todak's comp before we talk about Full Sense is the fact that they've gone in for the Cypher pick, and it's very interesting how they play the Cypher character. Having reviewed some of their games before, they just let Cypher basically do their own thing. You lurk, you play around the map as much as you want, you create some pandemonium, maybe break some utility, drop some cages, and in the meantime, it's just going to be the Yoru and the Neon having like this pincer-like kind of attack, like you mentioned. Sometimes with the Elder, most of the time, just with the fact on that A side, it's so simple. You just TP towards the back of the site, your Neon pops a couple of stuns, and you clear out the angle yourself. Of course, you know how, like, if you're breach outed, you do have a better headshot percentage. You do have so that kind of thing. Sometimes it does happen. The person that's been hit by the Neon stun does connect that instant headshot, and it's going to be RIP Yoru.
Sure.
But more often than not, that tactic does really work out for Todak, and they have a pretty good attacking win percentage when they are playing this agent comp. But looking at what Full Sense is running, I like that they've opted to go in for this fade here, because in conjunction with this raise, that's going to lead to a lot of killer combos, quite literally, if they can manage to get the C's and the paint shells in the right timing and the right coordination. But they also have a lot of utility to just jump at these players from Todak. They have those Prowlers, they have that Trailblazer. It's a very info-heavy comp, considering that the initiators that they're playing. And they also have a lot of stall utility, because it's going to be really difficult to get through both of the Viper and the Brim Smokes. They're mollies as well. And of course, on top of all of this, you have John Olsen, who is not afraid to get aggressive at all. So I don't know. I wouldn't not bet on Full Sense here, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. Let's just give the side of Todak a little bit more of a chance to try and prove themselves. Again, Full Sense being a squad that really has stood the test of time, haven't they? The squad has proven themselves in pretty much every way, shape, and form. They were just shy of getting way through from the LCQ, so let's see if here they can redeem themselves a little bit more. Up against a decently brand new team, I have to say, because Todak, they've been slightly inactive and haven't really made their mark on the radar as much compared to Full Sense.
Heading into this pistol, though, it is going to be a little bit of a slow start from the side of Todak. Again, that cage coming in is going to block off Larry Snacks. It's
Wait, what? He thought it was a clone!
Frosty just jumps in John Olsen's face and right-clicks him. He does get traded out, but that was a one moment right there. It is also going to be the flank coming in. Sky managing to get right-clicked by Kale there. That's going to be huge. That's going to be the taken out. And now all they have to worry about are these two players towards the backside from Full Sense here. This kind of, post plant is really difficult to deal with because you have so many angles that you really need to clear out of, especially when you don't have control of Yuhan. That is going to be Chalala finding one before he goes down, but it's all down to just Lamy Snacks. He's done so much before for the team, but how much more can he really do? Nothing is going to be the answer to that.
Yeah. Well, that's a pretty rough one for them to find. And again, the first initial round going in the favor of the attack. Now, that was a comical moment and a half. I was not expecting a sudden jump in right click from the Euro. I think that John expected that to be a clone. 2 seconds later, it actually came out to be the real thing. And he was like, wait a second, what? Why?
I think John just didn't expect that anybody would have the audacity to just TP in front. It was like he couldn't believe his eyes. And we've seen how devastating those right clicks can be. That was a 156 if I ever saw one. If I could see the damage, I'm pretty sure that would be a 156.
Yeah, that's for sure. Again, it was a surprising fact all around. But hey, sometimes these kind of, let's say, unorthodox plays is what you need to try and bring your team forward a couple of those pegs. He got the opening, right? Even if it was the most unconventional way possible for a Euro to get an entry, he still got the entry. If it works, it works. I'm just going to roll with it. But as we are going to be jumping on back in towards the game, ladies and gentlemen, what I really want to see is how this equal round is going to pan out for the side of Full Sense, because better weaponry on the map of Bind doesn't really mean that you're guaranteed a round. Those shorties and, of course, those sheriffs can just sing a beautiful melody by tapping those heads out of existence. Especially when you have a good shorty player in hand, possibly being the Viper. The Viper can just run in, have that little bit of a tiny space in between where she can sneak in and get 2 kills and shut down the attackers and possibly get a couple of weapons for his own team.
Bring them down.
Yeah, when you're able to play within your own smokes, it can really be a huge benefit. Heading into this particular one, though, it is going to be both the Prowlers invested to gain hookah control. And in the meantime, everybody else is just running it down long there. So it is going to be the players really pushed off these angles. Unfortunately, Chalala, he's expected in the smoke. He's going to be sprayed out. They didn't even spot him before. Jeet manages to get 2, in fact, 3 of these kills right now. It is going to be just Pinya and Lamy Snacks left to try and somehow salvage this round, at least do a little bit of economic damage in the process. But so far, they found nothing. They haven't even found any of the armor on these players. Towards Elbow, how much more can they really do here? How many weapons can they take off the hands of these Todak players? That is going to be the question, right?
Yep. Opinia. Over onto a corner, there's nothing that he can do to try and survive this. A flawless round is something that you just do not want to face, especially when you're on the defense, because now the bonus weaponry is quite potent coming in from Todak. Look at the weapons that they have. They have 2 Bulldogs on players who are opting for trades, and they have Spectres available on players who are rushing in to take aggressive duels. Their weaponry is sound. And especially on Bind, these weapons alone are more than enough. You don't need rifles to play the map of Bind. And I do believe that Todak, especially with this composition, could easily run over Full Sense if Full Sense are not able to stop the push before it starts to take momentum.
One more thing that I've noticed from these Todak players is how they're really, trying to farm these ultimates. They already Third round coming in, they
Oh.
almost have the ult available for the Brimstone, but yeah, it is gonna be Frosty who gets a little bit too overeager this time. Full sense they expect him, and he does get traded out though. That is going to be a 1-for-1 right there. Showers control is gained, but immediately let go of because they're just gonna try and regroup towards A short instead to make their way forward, which is a good call because it is going to be just Lamy Snacks left alone towards the back of the site, though he does have backup from the Showers area. Kale with the Spectre, he is the Neon, so he will be able to make quite a bit of headway into the side if he chooses to, perhaps with the help of the wall, but it's going to be the case to start things off. In fact, the Haunt putting out will be spotting all of the players, in fact, from Full Sense, and it doesn't, I don't know if it's going to count for anything, Leo, because despite them getting all the information, it's just going to be a collide with a Spectre. Okay, Kale does something insane before finally being taken down, but Toadak, during the course of this bonus, they managed to gain so much advantage. Even getting the spike down would have been huge, but they're taking off 3 rifles from the Full Sense players, and now they have the man advantage as well in this post round.
And look at their weaponry as well. They have both of the Bulldogs available. Only 1% with the Spectre. They lost out on the weaker weaponry. At the very end of the day, they still have the stronger ones to go in for this post-line fight. Positions are good. Everything is fine. But still, they're not able to find the engagement that they want. The Seekers are going to give away a lot of information. Kylie, not gonna happen. Not in this engagement. And this 2 versus 3 retake just came in out of absolutely nowhere. The Sky just jumped out of hookah and got a kill, as if nothing ever happened.
He almost pre-fired towards where the Cypher was playing.
One enemy.
That was a beautiful retake, honestly, coming in. And of course, the fact that he managed to find that that kill onto the Cypher there gave him the Seekers. With that, you know, usually when the spike is planted there, you expect the post plant to be towards long. But, you know, the Seekers immediately gave away the game that it was, in fact, these 2 players who were on site. And that just made things so much more difficult for Toadak. But, you know, remember, that was a bonus for Toadak. They were playing with weapons that they were carrying over from the previous round. This is their full buy kicking in. And it is going to be going up against a much weaker buy coming in from the side of Full Sense here. You can see that they've compromised on some utility. They've compromised on some armor as well. But, you know, they're still going to at least have those rifles to play with in this head-to-head fight here. Again, this is what I talked about. The way the cages are being used by the Cypher from the side of Toadak, it just lets them do so much damage. I know that it was Lamy Snacks who won that duel out, but he's going to be left with just 5 HP to his name and no way to heal up either. Gust of Wind could take him down at this point, and despite that first pick going their favor, it seems like B is still going to be where this execute is coming.
Phantom's just way stronger for that fight. Catches him out because of the higher rate of fire. It's going to be a pretty tough one for them to survive one and get killed once again. Over onto the corners. Completely blinded as well. Stuck in a pretty hard situation. No way to try and survive it. One by one the kills come through, and Apinya. Beautiful frags all around. Does not even get a spike plant down. That is rough. Full sense. They just full sent it in towards that B side for that retake. And Toadak, they got completely caught off guard.
I like how Full Sense is playing this defense because they're willing to give up some parts of the map, but they're not the rest of it. Like, for example, on this A side, they're way more willing to give up U-Haul control than Showers control because they know that there's probably going to be a player flanking that's going to be what they really need to try and make the push work. But anyway, I digress. Off the back of that particular round, the economy is going to be reset for Toadak, and they're going to have mostly pistols and sheriffs to work with. That Haunt's not going to find anything because at least at this juncture, Toadak is content to just wait for any kind of excessive aggression coming in from the side of Full Sense, who, of course, they're not giving in. They're willing to play this as patiently as possible. However, the Opinia, he does get spotted out, gets a little bit too aggressive, and will lose that armor. However, though, he's still fairly healthy. Lamy Snacks, he wants to take the fight, though. He's willing to push forward, gets the first, gets the second through the smoke. Okay, Lamy Snacks has the Nightfall available as well if he chooses to use it, but it is going to be a Pinya and Lamy Snacks holding down the fort on this A side. The last 3 players from Toadak in the Showers trying to make their way forward, but Apinya, he is not willing to move here.
Right here. Right here.
Oh, this will be interesting, that's for certain. Apinya over towards the back. One more flash to try and equalize things out. Apinya is expecting the Euro to go on the way towards the back. That's going to be a flash play. That's the TP, but he knows what to expect, man. He already saw the teleport, and Apinya single-handedly stopped that shower push from getting out of hand. Good shots all around. For them, full sense. They're finally back in the groove here. Slowly but surely, they're taking over the map.
All it took for them to really excel was to get those rifles in their hand. And of course, we also have to talk about the ultimates that these players on both sides have. I believe that both the Fates do have their Nightfalls available. There's also, I believe, the Overdrive available for Kale here if he wants to get a little bit aggressive. That particular, like you mentioned, a triple headshot will kill a player because of the multiplayer that recently came in. So that is going to make things much more difficult. It seems like B is going to be the area of interest here, and it is going to be John Olsen, who was the first victim. The orbital strike is popped, but because it is the Neon trying to get away, they will be able to hold on to their lives here. Off the back of that, they are going to be running into the site. The Haunts catches out
I know
Frosty,
exactly where
catches out the Sky, but it's going to be Frosty who manages to take him down after he gets a kill. It is really going to be a 1-for-1 trade, and these last two players from Fullsense, they're on the flank here. Miami Snacks finds one, but it is going to come down to Apinya, who has to shut down this 1v2.
Oh my! He nearly got that headshot as well on the Cypher. His crosser was just centimeters off the Cypher's head. And with a 3-3 scorecard, Toadak, they're now back in equalization. That was a pretty fast hit, I'll have to give them that. When it comes to these fast executions, they know how to switch up their pacing. And that's what I love about this particular team. They're showcasing that, hey, we have a very aggressive, fast-paced composition, but at the end of the day, we are trying to just survive now, aren't we? Think about it like this, Zach. Fullsense, they have a composition with a double controller where the Viper is very prominent on the defensive side to stop these aggressive rushes. They move over to their attack and their composition takes almost a 50% dip when it comes down to lethality.
Hold on to that thought, because I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last few words, but I was so focused on what was happening on the site. It is going to be the Viper split and the Seekers invested to try and stall this somehow. Euroflash gonna give away the Viper's position. Chalula goes down, and off the back of that, it is gonna be things back down to a 3v3. Frosty Z with the Euro ultimate, doing his best to get as much information as possible. Spots one, gets John Olsen as well, flashes him, and John Olsen, he has to satchel away to desperately try and stay alive. Off the back of that though, it is going to be side control taken, the side plan fake, so that if they might be able to at least bait out a pick. But again, it's all down to Apinya in this 1v2 position. Has so much work to do. Spots out the tip of the Cypher's hat, but is not able to flick to it in time. And Toadak, it's almost like they heard me saying that they were struggling on these rifle rounds, because that's the second that they've gotten in a row. And what a style they did it in. That Euro ult, like you mentioned here, Aggie, it was so clutch there.
Again, the Euro's just creating so much space. We talk about this consistently. And as an analyst, you always have to consider an ability not through its lethality, but in the way that it makes space for the entire team. Frosty popped his ult, and that one ult alone forced two players to head on back over onto spawn. They ran all the way to halls, and because of those flashes, they just couldn't take aggressive engagements. But here in this situation, Kale maybe got a bit too overeager to take a duel, and he's gonna pay the price for it with his own life. That's a Neon going down, and their fast rushes but to a complete another halt.
That makes things much more difficult right now, because she was the agent who was really able to work with the Euro to create as much space as possible. And with them no longer having a Neon, they're going to have to try a much more slower, meticulous approach. That boombot from John Olsen is going to tell him that long is clear for now. And off the back of that, he is willing to get a little bit aggressive, holds an off angle along with the fade. But it is going to be B where the hit is eventually coming, and it is going to be Subi with the cage, putting it down, giving away information that, yes, Toadak is towards this B side instead. A is no longer a point of contention. However, though, Subi is also known for being the lurk, so it might just be him creating pandemonium. Fullsense can't really afford to have any rotates coming in, and honestly, they don't need to. After that distraction being created, with 30 seconds left on the clock, it seems like A is where the hit is finally going to be coming, and they have to deal with this crossfire being held between Chalula and Lami Snacks first of all.
Face your fear!
That hit on towards A is going to be pretty fast, and Lami Doesn't really expect that play to come in from the
Spike
back.
down
He's now
A.
stuck all the way
Last
towards the
player
B side,
standing.
but still the defenders are able to hold. Doesn't really matter, even though the rotations were cut off, even though the planning was absolutely perfect. The members of Full Sense, they just had everything under control. They didn't lose a single one of their aim duels, even though they lost the initial first one, and Lamy could not even make his way towards the site. They held down the fort on a 3 versus 4 situation on the A side.
Yeah, I guess that's exactly why they're gonna be calling this timeout here from the side of Full Sense. Which is interesting because, you know, they did manage to win that round, and so far they've been really able to get a lot. But I think that because of the fact that the match is going so slowly, it is a call from the coach to really try and figure out what exactly you're doing wrong, what exactly you're doing right. A lot of the times you do see that the rounds where they do get aggressive, they go in with the help of a friend or with some extra utility, they get that first pick, they fall back, and immediately Toadak just seems to struggle to really be able to create those spaces. These initial engagements in the first like 30 seconds of each round here is what seems to be deciding the course of the entire round, because the moment Toadak loses the Neon, or the moment that the Viper or the Brimstone or even the Fade goes down for Full Sense, it just makes it so much more difficult for either an execute or the site hold to really work out for either of these teams. So I guess that this timeout, it's going to be good for both of them to really figure out what tactics are and are not working for them exactly.
Someone's gonna give them an opportunity at the end of the day to just get an idea of how the engagements are gonna go from now on. Again, Toadak, they're going in for very fast execution heavy composition. Their set plays are incredible to watch as well. Plus they're adapting at a pretty decent pace. Not the fastest one that you would hope for, but maybe the hydrate. You gotta respect the Euro, otherwise he's gonna be biting you pretty hard. We'll lift through that one, Sube. With the Guardian in hand, wants to find maybe that first initial kill, but Kale again. It's just happening so often. The poor guy doesn't even get a break. Doesn't find the kills that he wants. And the Euro clone just gonna walk straight on past him. Imagine if that was actually the actual Euro and not a clone.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that I've seen too many of these smartest player videos where that was the kind of play that won them the round. But Full Sense, it seems like they're willing to take the risk, especially considering how many players they have on this side. However, though, it is going to be, oh my god, what a shot from Kale there, absolutely destroying John Olsen. However, that is going to be the only kill that they find over the course of the remainder of this round, because Full Sense, they're going to be able to clean it up 5-4 right now. And looking at the ultimates available, Full Sense have a lot on their side. They have the Seekers, they have the Nightfall, they have a lot that is really going to be working for them. In fact, Lammy Stacks, I think this man has been holding on to this particular ult for the last like 3 or 4 rounds at the very least. They also have the operator on Sean Olsen of all people, and I mean, this man opts on every single agent he plays, so it's not exactly a huge surprise. I've seen him up on the Neon as well, but yeah, you know, you really don't want to walk into his crosshairs without some utility to really clear the angle. This time around, though, it is going to be Showers, where a lot of engagements is going to be taken right off the bat by Frosty. You do have 3 players, in fact, this time, and it's not going to be the Neon just dashing in. It is, in fact, going to be the Sky, who takes a peek and manages to get out with their life after spotting 3 of the players. So Full Sense, they know that A is going to be where the hit is coming right now. Also, I believe, has spotted out the Cypher, so that's going to make things even more difficult right now. We're looking at a full-on Ape execute coming in any second now.
Cypher's just completely in disarray. No HP to play around with. The Decay is going to be catching him out. And they just need to survive on towards the back. Kale, again, such beautiful one-taps all around. Just swings and gets another kill. Sube is going to be able to find another one. The Cypher goes off. Says good day to you, sir. And 1-5-1. They're just going to run amok and clean up sight. One player at a time. Toadak are now back, baby. And they are taking the entirety of Bind by Storm. They get the equalization, and I love the fact that they went for a very slow, methodical play, gaining the information and then acting on top of it. All of the utility used and the space that they gained was used to perfection. The members of Full Sense, they just lost full control because they had none to begin with.
Yeah, like that showers play. There's usually a lot more utility involved as opposed to just a
Yeah.
dry peek. And this is the funny part, right? John also he didn't even manage to like get into the site. He just went all the way to CT. He sees that it's gonna be a 1v4 with the operator, and the man's like, nope. You know what? I'm just gonna hold on to this operator because I really can't afford to buy another one, and I want it for the next round. Probably a good call considering that the timer was also ticking, and within like 30 seconds, it's gonna be incredibly difficult to pull off a 1v4. Despite the fact that he had his entire utility kit. But yes, John Olsen, the one good thing that FoSense had going for them in that particular round was the operator save. They are going to have the economy to be able to buy in for this particular one, though I'm not sure if they lose this, if they're going to be able to manage another one. So it's going to be pretty crucial for them heading into this. Let's see how exactly this pans out.
Bring them down.
Hopefully it's gonna be a bit more better than for worse in these situations, but for them, he's got to live it through for as long as he possibly can. John, on towards the back, has a perfect nade! Oh, come on. That paint shield would have been perfect to get another kill, but still they're going to be able to survive and live through it all. Frosty's going to be able to take another Frosty with the secondary, but Enigma, so beautiful, gets the triple kill and equalizes. They send it down over to a 2 versus 2 situation, even though that was a close to impossible round for even the defenders to equalize anything on. Pinya, being the rock for the team, gets the triple kill and sets up the entirety of the defense for a possible success round.
2v2 right now. Both of the post-plant players are going to be stacked up towards this elbow area. There's no ultra available either from Jeed here with the Brimstone, who will be taken down. He does have his ultimate, so what avail is going to be the question. It's all down to just Subi. Does so much damage, but Chalala will prevail in the end. The increased damage from that Vandal able to take down Subi, and off the back of that, it is going to be FoSense who find not just 6, but also that operator yet again. And talking about that last round, Apinya, he deserves a lot of credit, yes, for being able to get those kills, but John Olsen was the bait there. The man tanked all the utility in the world being thrown at him. The Haunts, the Seas, the Prowler. I don't know, I think there's some Sky utility as well in the mix.
Yeah, that's the flash.
Yeah, the flash from his own teammate Yoru. Everything and the kitchen sink was tossed at this man, and he still managed to buy enough time for Apinya to rotate in and get those kills. So he does deserve some credit. FoSense are going to be heading into this with a revitalized economy and also several ults to work with. So I think that we might be looking at a possible 7-5, unless, of course, Toadak, they pull off the miracles and the kind of insane hits that they had in the first half. And we might see that happen, actually, because this B-side is going to be where this execute is coming. And there is only Apinya left to try and hold down the fort. He does have that orbital strike to work with, I believe. So that might be something that goes in his favor, but he might just opt to go in for a full-on retake here.
It'd be a possibility. And yep, that's exactly what they're gonna do. They have the orbital strike, they have the Raise ultimate as well available. Nothing really being utilized to brute force their way in. They didn't want to deny the plan whatsoever. They want to use it to try and take it all over. Possibility of an orbital strike over towards elbow, but they're not looking for it just yet. Over onto the side instead. The engagements are going to be coming in. The Nightmare has been used, and all of the players are going to be starting to rush in, but still are able to hold. That was a little bit too dicey. The attack nearly took it over, but still they're able to survive at the end of the day. One by one, they're trying to find him the kills, but not gonna happen. Chalala and John just take over the entirety of the side. 7-5, baby, to try and close out the first half. But in my eyes, TODAK, they still got the win. Because looking at the composition, the defense should be a lot more favored. But the fact that they got 5 rounds in particular for their team, regardless as the side swap comes in, I do believe that TODAK, they're celebrating just for a little bit until this best round comes in.
I don't know about that, honestly, because you'd think that with that double duelist fade comp that they're running, they would be able to get much more rounds on attack. I think that their strategy on defense would be to possibly play as aggressively as they can, considering the agents, both of the agents do have a lot of rotatory potential. They have a lot of get out of jail free cards.
Yep.
Neon not so much as the Yoru, but nevertheless, it's still there. All those jump peaks and utility that can really help her get out of a tight spot. But, talking about what Full Sense have in their pocket, if they get the spike down and decide to play post plant, there's going to be almost no way that there's going to be a defusal coming in from the side of Toadak. But nevertheless, heading into this round, it does look like a little bit of a default is going to be seen from the Full Sense players.
Right between the eyes.
Ooh. However, though, it is going to be a quick 1-for-1 trade towards that showers area. Lammy Snacks, though, he's still going to be holding onto this part of the map here.
He's not going to give it up anytime soon, but he needs to win this engagement against Jeed. His position's already known. Jeed! He finds it. That's completely fine. And Dandy has 3 Sky Smokes available to try and run out of this sticky position. But he's not going to be giving this one away. Position's already given. Jeed's going to be able to take down a triple. And wait a minute! Jeed with a triple and Sume with a double. What the hell just happened? They already took over the site. But they forgot about Jeed? No way. Zach, you can't make this up.
Honestly, they didn't, more than forgetting about him, G just connected those shots, especially that third kill, that headshot onto the player inside U-Haul. That was just so clean. He was like, if I'm dying, I'm taking you down with me. You better come down to hell with me there. And indeed he did. And again, like the time that he managed to bot the utility and the fact that the players from Full Sense, they had to use so much to clear him out, really enabled Subi to rotate over and get those last 2 kills. It does seem like this round, Full Sense, they're going to be going in for a bit of an eco here. The Sky Flash is going to give away the position of the players towards long. However, though, they might not expect the second one there, and it is going to be Frosty who finds a pick. Kale with 2 as well towards the showers area. Tries to go for the orb as well. Just have a friend to back him up so that he doesn't get taken down in the process. It's all down to John Olsen, who finds absolutely nothing as well. A beautiful flawless round for the defense here. And just like that, the scores are going to be equalized 7-7.
They're going to be quite happy about this round, though. Pretty standard coming in from them. Went out on the pistol, went out on the anti-eco. Just keep the ball rolling on your court as you go into the buy round of your opposition. But now is where the real question starts to arise. What are Full Sense planning to try and go for this engagement? Their composition will be a bit more difficult to brute force their way in towards the side, considering they don't have any form of fast entry. So they need to use their utility to try and create a lot of map control and then start to just jump in all together playing for trades. Again, their playstyle on the attack will be a lot more, let's say, one-dimensional in comparison to what we witnessed coming in from Toadak, because they don't have a lot of utility to diversify their strategies. But maybe just standard pushes and standard plays is all that they need to try and find it. Hill, that's just criminal. You don't do that to the man. Not like that.
Time to jump.
Well, criminal or smoke criminal as the case might be, it is going to be first blood being found by Toadak, which is huge, seeing that they are on their boat, are making the most of these weapons that can do so much damage in close range. Apinia, though, somehow is able to find the kill despite having a Spectre in his face, and suddenly the defense is going to be falling apart right now. Jail is the last hope of the side, and Jeet is holding strong here, already finding 2 on the round. It is all down to just one player right now who is super low to make things even worse. Apinia having to try and close out this 1v3. The Cypher camera making his job even worse because it's going to spot out his position exactly, and now they know
so
where
good.
he's
Goodbye.
finding it as well. Oh my god. He just didn't have the HP, because I believe that if Apinia had some more HP, he could have at least made something happen. But with the help of that Cypher Cap, Jeet is going to know exactly where to peek and where to shoot. And just like that, Toadak, they convert their bonus.
Plus, they also get a gun for themselves. They have full weaponry all around. They carry forward 3 of the Vandals. That is perfect for them. Economy control also done beautifully. And Zach, you can see the problems that I was trying to highlight previously about the attacking strategies being a lot more difficult to get away with. What do you exactly want to do with this double controller setup? They need to be extremely creative with the plays to try and make their way in towards the side. But if Toadak are prepared for it, then you're not going to get away with any of the set plays that you have in mind.
Come on, let's go.
That, and also, John Olsen, I'm used to seeing him pop off much more, and he seems to be having a little bit of a slow start today. Perhaps he is going to be this time attacking the hookah. A bit of a half buy coming in right now for the players from Full Sense. You do see some Spectres, some Stingers. Of course, with the help of a Brimstone Beacon, they're nothing to really underestimate. And they're going to be sending it down towards this B long area here. They're going to be forcing these players back with the help of all the utility that they have in their pocket. The Prowlers being invested as well to make things easier for them. And the Trailblazers are going to spot out G to make things worse. So all 5 players rushing down towards long is going to make things so tough right now. John Olsen goes in with the Stinger, but it's not going to be able to find any value. It's all down to just this guy here who has to somehow deal with all 5 players of Toadak who have rotated over. That looked like a nightmare there, Aggie. The fact that he just came out and peeked into 5 different players. Oh lord.
Yeah, that is what my sleep paralysis demon looks like. So it's completely fine. But in my eyes, from what I just witnessed, I do believe that Full Sense maybe taking a pause here would be a really good idea. The momentum's put to a halt. The team's in disarray. They have no idea what's really going on in there internally. And the mistakes are just starting to pile up. Maybe after this one round, if they do lose here, I'm expecting a pause to come in, but I really hope it's going to be coming sooner rather than later. Okay. 5-man set.
This is actually kind of difficult for Full Sense because they're going to be surrounded on all sides right now by these Toadak players. Oh, look at the position right now, especially from Subi. He's playing such a dangerous game with the smoke here. Jean with the orbital strike as well to completely deny and deter the plant. Lammy Slacks will somehow get the kill in all of this pandemonium. The trades are quick though, and both Jean and Kale swing back here, completely catching the Full Sense players off guard. It's all down to just a Pinya yet again. What can this man do alone? The answer is going to be yet again nothing, as Toadak, they find double digits, they get their ultimates online, and they completely break apart the economy for Full Sense, who just looks so clueless, for lack of a better word, on their attacking half here.
I do believe one of the primary problems that we witnessed was the wall coming in from the Viper. John had such a powerful position standing on top of the hut, but he couldn't see a damn thing because that wall was on top of the hut instead. That position could have been the game-changing play for them. He could have sat on top of the wall. No one even knew he was there. It would have been everything for the team for him to just find one kill there, but that line of sight getting blocked off just hurt them so much in Full Sense. What's the game plan here? Because this is not how we normally play. This is not how the team plays their engagements out. And look at the paranoia as well. The members of Toadak, they've got it in the heads of Full Sense, especially that Euro, causing more problems and Apinia. You can't make that mistake there, buddy. You need to clear out each and every angle when you're pushing up towards hookah this late on into the round. That small misplay, that's going to cost them one more.
Looking at this, it is going to be almost no map control being gained by the players of Full Sense. Kill, on the other hand, has made his way forward, finds one before John Olsen finally shuts him down. Though he takes a bit of damage in the process, he is going to be able to get healed back up to HP, and they're also going to be able to retrieve that rifle, which might be the game changer heading into this particular eco round. It does seem like they're going to be going in for a possible B execute. All 3 players from Full Sense, they're going to be heading towards B side through this hookah angle. It is going to be the Paintos invested as well to try and clear out these players, but Jean, he still holds strong and he's able to find so much value. But Lammy Snacks, he brings it back. He's going to be left in a 1v2 situation right now, but with only 14 seconds left.
10 seconds left.
I think he's just done for. One at the back, one at the front. They know the positions, and nope, he actually suck it down. Pro so big, absolutely perfect. But now he needs to worry about a double-sided pincer. But this pincer is pretty bad because these are isolated 1v1s being given away, and Lavi, he could just walk away with it. His aim needs to be true, but he doesn't find the shots that he wants. Instead, it's gonna be Hale to get the shutdown kill. And this Neon is just a kryptonite for Lammy. The poor guy's just not able to get a break here. But I have to say this eco round was successful, but do you really care about the eco when you're on the side of Toadak? These guys are rolling in the dough, literally.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. And you also gotta note that I think they've had the ultimates that they have, especially kills. They've had them for quite a few rounds right now. They just don't see the need to use it because they always have the man advantage in most of these situations when they're on the retake, or even when Full Sense is executing. They always seem to be in a position of advantage, whether it's positional, whether it's map control, or whether it's just having that extra player on their side. They're able to fully capitalize off the back of that, and it's just wreaking havoc right now with Full Sense. Especially, I want to talk about one particular player. We've talked a lot about their duelists, but Jeed for Toadak, he has been a bastion on this defense so many times. We've seen this man single-handedly hold down the B side with the help of his utility and, of course, with a lot of really crispy shots. Like, even the last round, despite the paint shells being thrown in his direction, despite him hearing all of these players rushing towards him, he just stays on the side and gets 2 kills coolly off the back of that. Even that first pistol round, he bought so much time with his positioning and with him being able to connect those shots onto the Full Sense players' heads in that pistol, getting a 3K for himself, that he completely changed the tide of the round. So this is the man that I think Todak, they owe their position right now too. And talking about Full Sense, so this is their last chance to really keep the map from slipping out of their hands. It is going to be the last chance they can really afford to economically fully buy in as well. So there's a lot at stake for them here.
Just have to pan it out and play it. John, though, he just knew what he wanted to do. Took the swing, took the engagement, and immediately just popped the player in the face. That's all that they wanted and all that they will get. Dehydrate, though, but positioning is bad.
Sleep.
Come on, you can't do something like this. They spread out when they got so many kills over towards the A site. 3v3 on the map. It's still very much possible for the attackers to get their way in. They're gonna wait until the Viper smoke comes back out before they go in for this engagement, but looking at the positions, it's pretty bad. John giving up a very powerful spot. They know each and every position, but Jeed just gave away a free 1v1. John, he's gonna be able to capitalize on top of it. He's not gonna miss those shots. That's a simple one for him.
Finally, the John Olsen that we know and love coming back into form for Todak to make this match points come to fruition. It's all down to Kale, who has to close out a 1v3 right now, who also has to go up against 2 major ults, both the Viper Spit and the Showstopper still in the arsenal for the players from Full Sense here. They're just so disciplined right now. They're holding down these crossfires to a T. The first obstacle that Kale would have to face is Chalala, but right there is going to be where he stumbles, and off the back of that, Full Sense, they managed to hold on to 3 of their rifles, hold on to 2 of these really crucial ults, and also managed to hold on to the scoreline because they really don't want it ticking down there to match points and hitting 12.
Yep. 8 and 11, ladies and gentlemen. That is how it's gonna go. Looking back onto this round in particular, though, that last round was just Todak trying to be maybe a bit too over-aggressive for their own good. Possibly in a pretty deft situation, but looking at Kale, alright. I'm channeling the energy. I really am. But don't really give away the spot. They have no idea the operators here posted onto first showers. 1 peek and that's all that they need to try and survive this position. That's a shot miss and dodges out all the bullets. Kill's gonna be able to survive and also dip out completely. They're gonna be able to run off through this way, but the operator not being in his hands and possibly getting picked up could just be a detriment. Flashes all around, stunned out completely. He has no idea where he's going. He's not playing Valorant anymore. He's gonna get blinded by Discord light mode instead.
Oh no, I keep forgetting that's an actual feature that exists. Don't remind me. Either way though, a Full Sense, they managed to take the site after that confusing debacle towards Shower. They also decide to commit the Viper ult to make sure that this round works out in their favor. And more than that, to completely maintain U-Haul control. You really don't want to deal with that Viper utility when you're trying to make it. But Frosty Z has the perfect counter. He is going to be able to sniff out the position of all of these Full Sense players with the help of that crucial ult. In fact, in that Viper Spit, you can just spray exactly where the Euro is to do some damage. It's all down to Frosty right now. In a 1v1.
Should know, right?
I don't know if he knows the position. I don't know if he knows which side he is. He spots out the body, but it is going to be Full Sense to nevertheless connect a shot. I believe that if this man had anything other than an operator, that would have been a round win for Todak, but Unfortunately, that is going to be the one enemy that comes back and bites them really hard.
Yeah, you could see why I said instantly when I saw him drop that operator and pick up that rifle. I was like, yep, this is the round where they're going to lose just because of that operator just sitting inside of showers.
There.
Such a powerful weapon, especially when it comes down to post runs, because you just need one shot to the body to take a win. You can post up in an angle, and when you know your opposition doesn't have enough utility to clear out, that's pretty bad. And Apinya? Alright, buddy, sure. I'll give you that much.
It is going to be full sets. You'll find that first pick. And, you know, during this attacking half, most of the rounds where they have found that first pick are the ones that they've usually managed to convert. So many of the times, you do see one of their players going down without a fight, and that is exactly what lets Toadak really find so much purchase. But it is, oh my god, Subi gets that first, gets the second as well with a dirty one to boot, takes off his hat, but in the process, Apinya will finally shut him down. However, that might be the kind of play that they really desperately needed to make this round work, and off the back of that, in what was a devastating half fight, they had exactly 2 rifles on board for that particular round. Subi pulls it together and gets them that round. That's match point for Toadak.
If you just saw my face, if you just saw my face when this happened, I nearly fell out of my chair.
I'm gonna ask Sid to record that so we can take a look at it later.
What?
But I died inside as well. That was insane.
That was
coming
disgusting.
in. Oh my god.
He got a fade away on the fade. Man knows no bounds. 9 and 12. He got match point in that fashion. That's gonna hit hard when it comes down to the morale of the team. And Joe flying up into it. Let's go.
Gotcha.
Getting swatted down like a fly. But for this round, I think it's all done and dusted pretty much instantly. If there's not a big game plan coming in from them, that's 1, that's 2. 2 versus 4 situation on the map. Operator in the hands of Frosty. The odds look bleak for Full Sense to try and come on back from this because Todak, they did their homework, and this composition that they have, I think it has bared a lot of fruit, and your question has been answered, Zach. That they have a strong control with this comp on this map, even against their own regional teams.
It is going to be just Lamy Snacks left right now in this 1v4 situation. This man has been a beast for Full Sense so far over the course of 2022 VCT, but perhaps this might be too much even for him. He's gonna peek to the wrong angle at the wrong time, and Kale is gonna shut him down. He says there can only be one sky left, and that is going to be Toadak taking the win here. You know, the moment I saw their comp, I got really excited. I was like, yes, Yoru, yes, Neon. You know, usually see one or the other, but not both. And the fact that they managed to make it work against a team like Full Sense, kudos to them. Congratulations. They're going to be moving on. As for Full Sense, it's unfortunately goodbye. And, you know, I think they're still dealing with the aftermath of losing some of, you know, I think that one of the players that they lost was PTC. He was one of the star players from the team as well, especially on that initiator role. And, you know, again, a lot of these rounds, you know, John Olsen, he needs an initiator to set him up. It's the same problem that Made in Thailand were facing over the course of the last map. A lot of dry peaks were taken, especially that last round that you saw. That Showstopper was committed with no information, and he was just shot out of the sky while he was satcheling. If there was a Fate Haunter, if there was another initiator whose util could have helped John out, he might have stayed alive and turned the tides of the map. But, you know, we can speculate all we like. At the end of the day, it is Toadak who were the better team today and who are going to be moving on.
Yep. At the end of the day, it's just a little bit of a sad story because we all know no one love Full Sense because that team not making it is not something that's normal now, is it? They've been everywhere. They've been on our billboards. They have been one of those teams that a lot of other teams have been looking up to for the longest time. They have gone through each and every VCT, and they were pretty much always the one on the number 1 position in some of those cases. Yes, the team has taken a downturn recently, but they still have that experience on their belt. But these new guns coming out of absolutely nowhere, especially Toadak, I'm pleasantly surprised. This team has showcased something vastly different to me, and this is a type of strategy that unless you are mentally prepared for, unless you have dry run against this certain strat and scrimmed against it quite often, it's going to catch you off guard. Again, all of the analysis that I made previously before in the pregame about them utilizing that Euro to create space and that Neon's going to be the one to capitalize on top of that space was all true. in some cases where the Neon tried to create a lot of space, yeah, she got caught out. That's completely fine because the Euro's still able to utilize that space pretty quickly considering he still has ultimate available. Plus, I think we did not highlight one thing in particular. The Euro farmed the ultimate points consistently throughout the entire game. I haven't found a single situation where he did not have his ult that often, and Frosty didn't really get as many kills as you would have expected. The guy has 16 kills, but the man used his ult about what? Every 2 to 3 rounds, he was able to use his ult.
I think more than Frosty, it was actually Jeet who was really farming those orbs. That man had that orbital strike up almost
consistently.
every 3 or 4 rounds, and it's not just because he was fragging out. Like, yeah, he was fragging out, but I think he was in fact the MVP for this particular match. 22 kills, yes. But apart from that, this was the guy who was ulting every 3 rounds off the back of those kills. You saw him getting those long orbs on a few rounds, but on attack every single round, he was the one who was going for that showers orb or that big long orb. He was the one planting the spike, and he was the one trading out his teammates so that his ults would be online every as often as he could get it online, honestly. So I think that Jeet is in my eyes the real reason why Toadak had such a powerful showing. Even though the score says 13-9, a lot of these rounds they went in a very dominant fashion, and that was just because of the plays that Jeet managed to pull off somehow.
Plus, on the other side of the spectrum, I do believe this was a battle of the Brimstones. Both of the Brimstones just had a phenomenal game. And I don't know what's it up with players and Brimstones on this particular map, but this is where they live and this is where they thrive without question. Jumping on back over into the scorecards, we're going to be able to witness it all down in this beautiful graphical setting. Come on. It looks incredible. You have to give props to our graphics team to create all of this for us. But at the end of the day, Jeed, man, 22-14. It's just, the man's disgusting. And Dehydrate is the one who held down the fort on the sky for the opposition. But Apinia, credit where credit is due. This man single-handedly turned about, 5 to 6 rounds rather than getting multi-kills each and every time.
I think that for Full Sense, the fact that both Labby Snacks and John Olsen are known for being like their most aggressive duo, they really like to get in your face, and they're really able to have a lot of impact, but they just didn't seem like, they were awake today, honestly. Especially John Olsen. This man is known for his fearless satchels into backside, but he never really got a chance to show off his skills there towards that B side especially, which is pretty unfortunate for them. Nevertheless, though, I think that Full Sense, they did play okay. It's just that perhaps they just weren't able to contend with the raw aggression coming in from Toadak there with Kale and Frosty. And of course, the fact that Toadak, they always had that buddy system in place. They wanted to make sure that there was backup available. You did see a couple of initial solitary forays that were immediately shut down. Those were the rounds that Full Sense managed to really capitalize on and win. But most of the rounds, Toadak, they played as a 3-man team or a 2-man team, whether it was towards that showers area, whether it was towards that B long. They just decided to really stick together and trade each other out. And towards the end as well, like even when they were in a position to retake in a 2v2 or a 2v3 or whatever, they were just able to work together and coordinate, and their utility usage was really phenomenal as well. That's something that they completely outshone Full Sense. And I talked about how Full Sense has a lot of really good utility. I didn't see any of that today.
I guess it's like a stark contrast to what happened in the first map as well. A lot of utility on the side of Made in Thailand, but nothing really came out when it came down to the map. Again, I do believe that the players are maybe underestimating their opposition in the way that they're playing, and Toadak just came in like a wrecking ball in this situation. There's no analogy that you could give, because Toadak, that's what it felt like. They had a lot of control across the map. They knew what they wanted to do. At the end of the day, they got it. Sadly, Full Sense is going to be sent on back home. They're not going to be playing in this tournament, but Toadak caught us by surprise. But for now, we're going to be heading on down over into a short little break, ladies and gentlemen, because right after the break, we are going to have our South Asian qualifier matches. A lot of interesting teams in mind. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure to hit the like, hit the subscribe, and also hit that notification down below. And check out all the links from our sponsors as well. As we head on down over into a short little break, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
यस यार गेम क्या सुपर स्मूथ चल रहा है.
Asus gaming laptop, वो भी amazing deal के साथ. And I can pay आराम से with a 12-month no cost EMI. Crazy!
कहाँ से लिया?
Bro, JBL earbuds at 45% off. उसके ऊपर free Kindle and Audible subscriptions. Can you believe it? अब ये देख. शांति.
कहाँ से लिया? Sorry.
Hey, you! I'm tracking my run on this new smartwatch I got. Noise का 70% off.
Oh,
मैंने सोचा ऐसी डील पे मैं भी अपनी फिटनेस बढ़ा लूं. Seamless Bluetooth calling. Hey, I'm running towards you. Yeah. ये देख, I just got this Intel Evo laptop in exchange for my old one. 20,000 बच गए. बस 99 रुपीज में extended warranty. Plus 20% off भी मिल गया. Pretty sweet deal, right?
Totally feel you, bro. This iPad was always on my wish list. Got the latest one at a great deal and saved $8,000 in exchange for my old phone.
Hey, what's up?
सबको इतनी बढ़िया डील्स मिल रही हैं. ये सब कहाँ से लिया?
Amazon से लिया.
Amazon Great Indian Festival से.
Amazon Great Indian Festival पर मिलेंगे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स पर जबरदस्त डील्स, नो कॉस्ट EMI, एक्सचेंज ऑफर और सेम डे डिलीवरी.
अब इंडिया बोलेगा Amazon से लिया.
Amazon se liya, Amazon se liya, Amazon se liya.
Here!
One enemy remaining.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. Yes. welcome back to the TEC Challenger Series for the official VCT off season. We just got done with our SEA qualifiers, and now we're going to be moving on to something a little bit more local, which is none other than South Asia. And we have two great matches for you. But before that, we really have to thank our sponsors. We're powered by Amazon Gaming. Our GPU partner is Toadak Gaming. Our gaming partner is Intel. Our memory and storage partner is Crucial. Our laptop partner is Asus. And finally, our broadcast partner is Loco. These are the people, along with us, who have made this tournament possible. So let's say a little bit of a thank you to them. But we had Aggressive with us before. We have somebody else, someone who you all know and love coming in today. No one other than the one, the only Baba Gusta. Yes, I know it says Aggressive, but I'm sure we'll get that changed. So how are you doing today?
Well, I'm doing great, Zach, and also I did watch the two matches that had happened on the
thinking you
close
did.
qualifiers. I believe so. Yes. Give me a minute. Hello. I hope I'm audible again. Hello.
Hello, Baba Gusta, are
Yep.
you there?
Yes, I hope I am audible to you, Zach. Am I?
I think we are still having some sound issues, if I'm not wrong, but I'm sure that we'll get that fixed pretty soon.
Hello. Mic check. Mic check. I hope you
Yes,
guys can hear me
there we
right.
go. Finally.
All
Yes,
right,
there we
there
go.
we go. Again, yeah, I know something happened to the mic, but hopefully it's back now. Again, like I said, Zach, I am very happy to be here. And also, the two matches that I just saw from both the sides, the two of the matches were absolutely amazing. But now let's just focus on one thing, and that is towards South Asia. We have two of the best matches that are going to happen around here, Zach, and I really cannot wait for what's about to happen. Starting off, we have our first matchup on the South APAC region, which is Team Enigma, who's going to go up against Amigos Esports. And then we have our second matchup. Franchise players will go up against Team No Org Esports. That will be the two matches for today. So I'm very excited to see what's going to happen here, Zach.
I am as well. There's a lot at stake because, we've already had some upsets, so as to speak, happen in the previous qualifier. I don't know if you were watching in the SEA one, but for SA, especially, you really don't want that to happen because these are two of the teams that you really expect to see take it all the way over the course of this particular tournament. I think that one of the teams, VLT, they did already have their match while we were casting the SEA event, and I think that they managed to win with like a really dominant scoreline. So that is going to be the expectation heading into this particular one for Enigma as well as franchised esports. I wonder who that could be. But before we give you spoilers about who exactly that, let's take a look at our first matchup for the day for the SA qualifiers, which is going to be none other than Enigma Gaming versus Amigos Esports. Now, Enigma Gaming, I'm sure that none of you need any introduction to them. They've taken the scene by storm since the last year when they managed to pick up Escalate to the team. And recently, Baba Gusta, they've gotten an even more interesting, powerful addition. Since Rexy left, guess who they picked up? None other than Tesseract from OG.
Yep. And also, bringing Tesseract in towards Enigma Gaming brings a lot towards the table, right? And let's not forget, they also defeated VLT in the previous tournament season 2, especially in LAN. So I'm really excited to see what more could we get to expect from Enigma Gaming, and that too in the SA region, knowing that they have to go up against Amigos Esports. Let's not forget, we have a total of 128 teams which will undergo single eliminations, which means only out of 128 teams, Zach, only 4 teams will qualify for the main event. And I've got to say, the amount of teams that have registered right now for the SA quals, only 4 teams means there is a lot of competition here, Zach.
I mean, when is there no competition in SA? Am I right? It's always close unless it's one of the 3 or 4 giant teams playing. But we are going to be having 2 of them today. So let's take a look at which map we're going to be heading into. It is yet again going to be Bind coming in, and honestly, this doesn't surprise me because this is one of Enigma's strongest maps. So honestly, let's face it, Enigma over the course of the past few months, they don't really have anything that constitutes a weak map. It's more about which map they're weak on against which team. But talking about Bind in particular, it is a map where they have a pretty decent win percentage, 60% if I'm not wrong, and they've been running the same agent comp the last 9 iterations they've played this map. So I think that they're pretty confident on this particular one, if I can say so myself.
Yeah, and let's not forget, we did get to see map bind on the previous matchup too, where we had, when it comes to agent specs, we did get to see a lot of double controller comms, like a mixture of both Brimstone and Viper, and then also you had just the Brimstone and Yoru being picked up as the duelist. So it always depends on what kind of agents does both of these teams would like to pick, and yeah, knowing that it is single LMs, it's no best of 3 after all. So only having one map, you've got to make sure that whatever mistakes you make, you've got to rectify it right now. And for these 2 teams currently right now, for Enigma Gaming, I mean, we all know for Enigma Gaming, we have all our fan favorites right from there itself. And for I believe for Team Amigos Esports, I'm curious
Amigos.
to know, yeah, Amigos Esports, an interesting name, and also interesting to see what kind of plays do we get to see when they go up against Enigma Esports. So it is, of course, the first day of this series, and I really can't wait what kind of plays do we get to see from these 2 teams here, Zach.
Yeah, I definitely think it's going to be an exciting matchup for sure. I think looking at the roster in particular for Enigma, I'm very interested to see who they're going to be fielding because they did sign 2 players recently. We talked about Tesseract, but they also signed an ex CS:GO player, Karim Il, if I'm not wrong, to their roster. And this man is known for his opping skills from his CS:GO days. So the fact is that they already do have a primary jet player in Raw Fuel. So are they going to somehow take maybe is Rafael having some issues? Is he not able to play for this tournament? Or are they going to just try Caramel instead? Because I'm pretty sure that we're going to be seeing Tesseract playing today. I have some inside info, not really, but I'm reasonably sure that Tesseract is going to be playing today, and he's probably going to be stepping in place of Rexy. We've seen Rexy pick up that initiator role before for the team, and he's going to be filling in that position. And Tesseract, we don't have to say much about him. Even when he got picked up, even before he got picked up by Orangutan, when he was playing for the SEA team's Action PH, if I'm not wrong, he was one of their star players to watch out for. And for Orangutan as well, he was always up there. When you're looking at the scoreboard, you'd expect to see your Jet player or your Sova or your Chamber or your Raze on top, but it was always Tesseract on that Sova with that consistency. And I think that he'll fit in very well with the rest of Enigma's roster because, for a lot of their players, especially for RVK and for Raw Fuel, consistency is the name of the game. These 2 are always making sure that their team is winning out rounds. They come in clutch so many of the times, and I think Tesseract, he has the same potential as these 2 to really make Enigma one of the best rosters in India right now, if not the best.
Yeah, absolutely, Zach. We did get to see Tesseract, just like you said, on Team Orangutan, where, I mean, he also had his good amount of teams too. Like, we had Aduka as well, who's just an exceptional player as the fragger as well as the duelist. And then you had Tesseract, who can do both the support as well as, getting more kills both at the same time. So let's take a look at the agent select itself. It's Team Enigma Gaming, who's going to go up against Team Amigos Esports. Interesting picks being made from the agents' side, especially RVK with the Brimstone. Of course, on a map like Bind, you definitely require a good agent that has the orbital strike to deny a particular small angles, as I like to call it, like on A lamps and even on B pillars. So all in all, I've got to say, the amount of ages that we're going to see from these 2 teams will be able to determine who's going to win the match and who's going to proceed into the next phase.
Definitely. So it is going to be Enigma who are starting off on defense. They are going to be going in for that race fade combo that we see so often on this particular map. Excali is going to be the primary duelist. They're going to be switching over raw field to that chamber instead, which honestly makes sense. Let's give this man an op and he'll hold down a side by himself. Apart from that, though, it is going to be an interesting switch. RVK is going to be moving over from that Viper to that Brimstone instead. And this gives Enigma a lot of utility to play with, but it's also a team comp very different from from the ones that they've been running in their last iterations over on Bind. So I'm not sure how exactly this is going to pan out for them. It could just be, you know, another day in the office for them, or it could lead to some kind of catastrophes happening. But for the side of Team Amigos, I'm very interested to see how they're going to play, because, you know, we know a lot about Enigma. We've been watching their games for like the past year and a half, 2 years now. We've seen them in VCT, we've seen them everywhere. But Amigos gaming, this is going to be their debut match, and right off the bat, you know, you start off your tournament facing off against Enigma in a best of one where you either win or you're out. That has got to be some pressure.
Yeah, well, it's their first debut after all, and for Team Amigos Esports, they'll be met with Enigma Gaming, one of the top teams in this region. And now let's see how well that they would perform in the pistol round itself. With the timer turning down to 0, we will proceed into the game right away. Let's see how... Oh, man, let's see how Amigos Esports has to perform. Already we see Juz all the way towards the hooker side, where he'll be met with raw fuel. Apparently just trying to peek, hope that he'll be able to find some information, and I believe might be able to find one as of now. There you go, the paint bombs, the distractions being made, and already we see chaos spewing around. Already we get to see 2 kills being made from the side of Enigma Gaming. No problems at all dealing with the B side. Now, with the information being given, they'll push all the way towards the A side, proceed with the post plant. And Enigma will have to see if they can salvage this round.
Amigos are on the back foot here. They do have the spike down, but that's gonna be all that's really in their favor. Zaps, though, with the Yoru, is able to take down raw fuel immediately. TP out, making that trade impossible right now. Enigma, they still do have the manpower advantage, and they also do have the timer on the clock at the very least. Tesseract, he's gonna be the first one to really tap the spike, but Zaps, he's gonna go unchecked. It doesn't matter though, because Tesseract is still able to connect the headshot. The Brimstone Molly comes down. It's going to prevent the spike from being stuck, but at least it's not gonna matter, because despite the Molly finding antidote, Tesseract is going to be the last man standing, and I believe with 2 kills of his own on the round, he will get Enigma's first round in their pockets. But, you know, you gotta give credit to Zaps there. The fact that he knew that, you know, when you're in that position of being at a numerical disadvantage at 3v5, you really want to try and capitalize and get that pick, and the fact that he was able to do so and also get away in one piece, that was just absolutely phenomenal coming in from him. Nevertheless though, Enigma, they get the round, and they're gonna be buying up. But you know who's also buying up? It is going to be Amigos Esports, who are forcing in because they did get that spike plant. So let's see how this one goes for them.
Yeah, interesting for a forced buy from Amigos Esports. Although they did it did end up on a 1v4 where Tesseract did ended up the clutch, so they've got to make sure that they would not lose this round, or else in the next future rounds, things would not look too good from Amigos' end, and looks like it's going to happen here. Can the shot spin register around all the way towards the hooker's side? The satchel charges from Juzo, hoping to find at least 1 or 2 players, and this time we see Enigma Gaming having a lot of troubles in towards the B side. On the right-hand side, hooker's side is still on the control for Enigma Gaming. Tesseract, oh boy! Had no idea exactly where the players on the side of Amigos Esports would be, and next Kelly needs to do something about it. He will get 1, but not the second, where Zaps comes in to take the kill. It's a 1v3. A clutch for RBK. Can he do it?
Launching smoke.
I mean, if any man can do it for Enigma, it has to be RBK. He does have 1 more smoke to work with. Has the Molly as well. Will spot out 1 player and try to isolate these angles. But so far, it is going to be Amigos playing it with pristine perfection there, as they finally take him down, not losing a single player in the process. And again, you know, we saw this over the course of the last map, where you did see these Brimstones quite willing to farm their ultimates up. The same can be said for Owl God as well, who already has his ready to go here. Off the back of that force buy, Amigo Esports do manage to convert that round. And heading into this particular one though, it is going to be Enigma forced to play with these sheriffs, though you can never really count them out, because how many times have we seen RBK or Antidote or Xcali get those nutty headshots with that particular rifle and immediately change the course of the round? It is going to be aggressive position being held towards short by RBK of all people there. The nade though, it will not clear him. Shuzo does, however, with the judge. And off the back of that, the first two picks go in favor of Amigos Esports. And they should be able to get the spike down any second now.
Yep, all the way towards the A side, and got to see Tesseract all the way in towards the Showers' side, hoping to find and win that gunfight. Eventually he does. Removing the Fox, but it's a post plant, and that judge will be so devastating. It's a 1v4. Orbital Strike is already opened up for Algod. He could use it in the later few rounds, but for Enigma Gaming, losing another round would at least getting 2 or 3 kills would help them in their economy growth. Information's been given 2 kills, but in the end it will be Algod. This comes back with the refrag. Good shots from Tesseract. In the end, it will be Team Amigos Esports who will get away with a win. 2-1. Interestingly enough, those 2 kills will give Tesseract the necessary amount he requires to get himself a Vandal and the heavy armor. So things are, although they're still getting good amount of kills to get their economy back, it is still very difficult for Enigma Gaming to bring this round back, especially when you have aggressive plays like Juzo, who's been using those judge in a very great manner all the way towards the A side, complete lockdown. But in this round, we might be able to see some changes from Enigma, but will that happen? Oh boy. It's very rare to see 2 of these boom bots just destroy both at the same time, but oh man.
Yeah.
Currently, you could say that Amigos Esports have good control on attack, but the same thing cannot be said for Enigma.
I mean, they at least they do have control of their key defense areas. That is going to be a benefit for them. Antidote will be pushed off a little bit from that angle, but he does have backup in the name of Xkali, who does have a utility as well. Off the back of that Trailblazer, he's going to swing and find that first blood for Enigma, something that they desperately needed. Faber is going to be playing towards long, trying to desperately trade it out, but Xkali, he's aware of the possibility. He's ready for it, and he's able to close out the kill. These angles being held by Enigma are just not fightable right now for Amigos Esports, especially considering that a lot of the players did only have Spectres or Bulldogs to work with. And while Notfox did have a Vandal, he just wasn't able to really connect the shots. So a bit unfortunate for him. It's all down just Algod here, who is going to get pushed by Rawfuel, who does not care. He just goes strolling down for a walk and finds the head of the Brimstone there. Off the back of that, Enigma, they seem to find fresh blood and a flawless round to boot. They also have several ults available after that round. Tesseract had is going into the last one, but it's going to be Xkali with that showstopper to really watch out for. Antidote is also only 1 away from those Seekers, which might prove to be pivotal over the course of this particular round. As for the side of Amigo Esports, though, they do have that Yoru ult if they choose to commit it, which can provide them with a lot of crucial information, as we saw from the last time we saw Bind on the stream, which was just a fun game, honestly. So let's see. With this being an eco round, it seems like Xkali is not going to be afraid to push up aggressively, but immediately he's going to get punished for it. At least the trade is there, though. Antidote, having tasted blood in the water from both his own teammate and the opponent, is going to just choose to fall back and maintain the weapon advantage with the side of these Enigma players have gotten.
Yeah. But on the bright side, you could say that they'll have a weapon upgrade, especially from Juzo. Concussion will be able to find 2 players all the way towards the fountain side. But in the end, you could say that Enigma Gaming still has control on majority of the sites, and plus they also have control on players' whereabouts. You see 2 of the players, both the Brimstone and Rawfuel, just currently holding out from the A side. They have the entire place on lockdown, and the Seekers will give away even much more information, though. Now you gotta wonder whether if Amigos Esports might make a decision to go in for an A execute, or would they just waste a lot of time hoping that Enigma Gaming would think that they would head in towards A and just fake it all the way towards B. But Tesseract is already deep within the place, a risky place, and Zeps! Oh, unaware of his position. Tesseract gets away with the win, and also they have the rest of the players' information. They know exactly where they're going in for the push. Not a lot of time left, and Tesseract might be able to get the second. There you go. And another kill from Rawfuel. A headshot to remove Duzo, and Algard at the hands of Rawfuel once again. Enigma Gaming, no problems to be dealing with. 3-2. And now, with the pistol rounds coming to an end, I wouldn't say pistol round. This was an eco round, right, from the side of Team Amigos Esports. So they'll have some necessary equipments required to push in towards the place, but they've got to make sure that they wouldn't get caught out just like they're dead, because it was a 4-player stack from Enigma Gaming all the way towards B. And although they played in accordingly for information, they did end up losing one of the players, but that in the end was worth it, mainly because Amigos, they got caught off. Oh boy.
Oh no. Actually, he gets blocked by the Yoru of all things from being satchelating into the spot there. Is not going to be finding any value with the showstopper. However, Juzo does. And off the back of that, what looked to be an extremely aggressive positive round for Enigma is immediately going to be shut down. It is going to be the spike heading down towards a B plat instead, knowing that the site is completely devoid of players. And RVK, if for any chance of Enigma to try and take this back and make this round work in their favor, he has to be able to win out this first engagement here. But Juzo, which is not going to happen. The off angle is too powerful. Tesseract has to close out a 1v4 right now. In fact, ace the round to be able to really convert this for Enigma. That Haunt's not going to be able to find any information really as he tries to make his way forward. They're going to hear him coming up long. He does spot out the chamber, but he swings into what is a triple peek from the players of Amigo Esports, and they immediately bring the round back. And you know, I was going to call that out at the beginning of the round because Xcully, he only bought a Spectre even though the economy was good. He was ready to go aggressive, and I don't know if Zapsky read that right and blocked him with a Euro ult, or whether it was like a lucky accident, but nevertheless it was a really good play that completely changed the course of that particular round there. So kudos to Zaps, he saved that round from turning really bad. But heading into this particular one, Rafiel is going to be investing in that operator, and once this man gets an operator, it's very difficult to make any kind of headway into the site that he's holding down, which is where these players from Amigo Esports are heading right now. So let's see how much damage Rafiel can really do here.
Yep, orbital styles already being used from Lamps' side, and Tesseract, he'll get away with the win. To follow it up, here comes the Nightfall. A lot of problems being dealt around from Amigos Esports as the side of Team Enigma Gaming are not letting Amigos Esports push a single inch towards the side. Prowler's been given. Both Owl God and Kami are left in this gunfight. It's very difficult, and Tesseract, my goodness, he just held the ground all by himself. 2 kills, and with some supports being dealt around from his side. 2 players only left, and
one enemy
I've got to say, Enigma Gaming, they have such good control. Like Skyly gets one all the way from the long side, and to top it off, Rafiel once again with the off shot to remove Kami out of the equation, and gives Enigma Gaming another win in this round.
I really like this play from Tesseract. Like, he spots out one player, he hears a lot of noise, he's willing to invest the Nightfall to buy enough time for the rest of the team to rotate in. And after that, he's not afraid to push in either. He just creates so much value with the help of his utility there. Already look at the man, he's 12-4. If there was ever a better signing by Enigma, let me know what it was, because I don't think anything could top this kind of particular player here. It is going to be Enigma, who are yet again faced with an attack onto this B side here. 4 players making their way towards this hookah angle, and it's just going to be Xcully inside who has to try and hold on somehow and possibly find these first couple frags in the corner that he's playing, and he's going to be able to connect the first already onto his counterpart raised there. Off the back of that, things are going to slow down for these players from Amigos Esports. Rafiel there for the backup as well towards long. These two are completely holding down Amigos from getting anywhere close to the B side. Tesseract takes the teleport, comes in for the backup. Zaps is able to take him down, catch him unaware, but in this 1v4 situation with absolutely no... Oh no! Yes, but with no control of the spike, it's going to be very difficult for him to make this round work. He does manage to at least take Rafiel though, so that's going to be in his favor, but that's going to be all he finds before Xcully shuts it down, and it is going to be round number 5 for Enigma on this defense half.
Oh man, Tesseract. What a player, man. I mean, he just gets into it towards teleporter and gets away with 2 kills like that. And Xcully was just giving good info all the way towards the hooker side. Once he got to know that he was in trouble, Tesseract, I mean, without any hesitation, he just pushed in towards the teleporter, gets away with 2 kills, and ending up with Amigos Esports, being able to survive in that gunfight nonetheless. RVK, once again, all the way towards the showers this side, will be able to detect one of the players And a huge peak, which didn't effectively did work out well. But here comes Tesseract once again to get 2 kills. But in the end, it will be Algod who gets away with the refrag. 2 weapon upgrades from the side of Amigos. 3v3. When it comes to the man count, it's still equalized. They could still have a chance to succeed in this post round, but you forget about Antidote, who might be able to remove Algod. There you go.
Spike down
There
A.
goes the spike. And now, with the confirmation on the defuse, all 3 players from Enigma Gaming will be heavily focused in towards the A side. VFox needs to be careful shot from Xerxia. And now it's trouble for Kami, who unfortunately will get picked out from Antidote. What an amazing performance that we're seeing here from Enigma Gaming. First it was Tesseract, and now that long angle shot from Xerxia. My goodness. What an amazing performance here that we are witnessing here from Enigma Gaming.
Yeah, after that round, calling for a timeout is probably a good idea, which is exactly what Zaps is going to be doing right now for Amigos. They had quite a bit of a strong start, and a lot of the rounds which they did lose initially, or at least win initially, they were really close. But Enigma, they finally found their stride, they found their footing, and they're able to really read the team right now, right? You know, when you talk about established teams, there is going to be a lot of their gameplay footage out there, so you're going to be able to really look at how they play and analyze and come up with some kind of strategy to try and counter it. But for Amigos Esports, there's nothing really available of that sort. So Enigma, they were flying in blind, but all it took for them was like 4 or 5 rounds to realize that, okay, this is what Amigos likes to do. They like to push into hookah with the Raze nade. The Raze will peek to throw a paint shell, so I can take him down then. Or towards long, they like to just run up long. If you can position Rawfield there with an operator, that's going to be where he finds a lot of value. Or just knowing that perhaps, okay, if they have a Brimstone ult, they're going to be ulting U-Haul, so don't play there. Or Antidote just holding on to these key positions. All of these plays from Enigma, they have been gotten over the course of the last few rounds, and it is going to be making all the difference here heading into this particular half. It is yet again going to be 3 ults available for Enigma. Rawfield with the Tour de Force that he doesn't really need to use because he has an actual operator. It is also going to be, I believe, the Nightfall yet again available for the side of Tesseract. However, though, this might be the ult that can make or break the round for Amigos here. It is going to be the Yoru ult committed. He spots out one player, pops the flash, perhaps will TP out, but the smoke will save RBK's life, though not if that Fate Haunt works its magic. It is going to be Zaps who finds the first kill. The flank is read perfectly as well, and just like that, Enigma, they're left in a 2v5 retake. That timeout has worked magic for Amigos Esports right now.
Yep, only an AWP left from Rawfuel and Antidote, who needs to get this round back. I mean, well, although they are in a good lead, but they still have a chance to put this back. You know, they could just save their weaponry. And I believe that won't happen. VFox will succeed in doing Antidote off, which means Rawfuel will be all by himself. 1v5. Just a shot from Juzo might be able to get something out of it. Oh, misses the chance, and now they have info. Zap's already pushing in, flashes himself a hipfire shot. Will survive the second shot. Will that happen? No, mistimed. But he still gets the second kill anyways. Runs to safety. And Enigma Gaming, although they won't be able to win the round, will at least give Rawfuel 2 kills all the way from the spawn side itself. And they still have 2 more rounds left. So in this round, you could say that winning this round will give at least some good levels of weaponry that you could get from Amigos Esports, and it will carry on in the late rounds. So economic growth, not a problem from both the sides, but if you talk about Rawfuel, who still has the AWP in hand in the next round, even if he does die, they'll still have the AWP back. So for Amigos Esports, they've got to be careful for long angles, and if they don't, and if they get picked out quite early, especially with Tesseract, who's already been dealing with 16 kills in the first half, and again, it's nice to see 2 of the boom boss just explode from that particular place itself. But in the end, Enigma Gaming, although they're looking strong, if they lose this ground, or should I say lose both of those rounds, they could end up having an equalizer to a 6-6 here.
I mean, it is a possibility. The economy has recovered after that win for Amigos Esports. But I don't know, like they've completely come to a stop. They managed to win that particular round off the back of the space which the Yoru ult was able to create. Right now they have no such thing. It's just going to be them blindly walking into what is Rafuel's operator. He gets that first pick, doesn't get greedy, immediately falls back, and just like that, Enigma, they have map control, but they also do have the operator remaining and the man advantage to boot. So things are looking very difficult for Amigos Esports right now, especially considering that the Yoru was their agent who made the most space despite them having a race. Antidote will be going in for a little bit of a peek. We'll spot out one player. We'll trigger the smoke coming in from RBK as well. And it does seem like B is going to be where the hit's coming, but Enigma, they already have the rotation coming in. 3 players on site, a 4th coming in through CT. This is going to make things so difficult right now. The Haunt does catch out Excali in the open though. That is going to be one pick that at least the side of Amigos are able to find, but by that time the cavalry has come charging in. Tesseract and RVK hold strong to keep the site safe, and it's all down to B-Fox here, who in the Tesser's position is just going to try and hold on to this Vandal at the very least. There's no time really on the clock to do anything else, and off the back of that Enigma, they find their 7th round.
Last round in the half.
Like I said, they had to be careful on long angles, right? In which they did not. All the way towards B showers, you already saw one of the players on the side of Team Amigos Esports get caught out, and that was from the side of Zaps. No information was given. They thought that maybe just going in for a simple peek would have at least give them some information, but turns out, yeah, not a good way for Amigos Esports to be losing one of their important picks. And that too, especially from Zaps, who is currently the main top player in this team. Last round of the first half. Now we got to see the players on the side of Amigos Esports just slowly making their way, just playing for picks, hoping to find a kill or two, and Tesseract will just easily get away with a single kill, just like that. I mean, at this point, Tesseract has been dealing 2 kills on every single rounds. Even if he gets caught out, he still gets 2 kills, and that's the main reason why he has a total of 19 kills. Prowler's been used all the way towards A lamps, but unfortunately they won't be able to find anyone at that moment. But the execution will happen nonetheless with the smokes and also the ultimates being used from the Fade. Prowler won't be able to find any good information. And now we got to see the side of on the side of Enigma Gaming losing a lot of ground control from the A side. Still see a lot of problems, and in it we still see B-Fox starts off with a kill and just immediately falls back to the B side, using that good distraction. Antidote is all by himself. Can he be able to hold his ground with all 3 players just pushing at the same time? That's one. Can get the second, because All God has got it covered. Tesseract is still present, so does the information. The showstopper from Excali, but it's still Rafuel who gets away with 2 kills. Juzo tries to go in for the peak, but in the end gets caught out from the Tour de Force. Rafuel to end things off 8-4, and that would conclude the end of the first half.
Ooh, looking at the scoreboard, it is Tesseract and Rafuel who are doing a lot of the heavy lifting. Tesseract in particular, 19 and 8 on the Fade. That's not normal. Someone check in PC. But jokes apart, it is Tesseract who is popping off, really making that initiator rule shine, and it's a pleasant change because usually we're used to seeing Tesseract pick up the Soba or even the Sky sometimes. But him being able to pop off on the Fade with such alacrity, it's just a testament that Enigma made the right choice in picking him up. At least looking at his performance over the course of this map. As for Amigos Esports, despite them facing off against one of the top 3 teams in Indian esports, they're still able to like hold their ground. 8-4 is not bad considering the comp that they're running. However, this is where they really face a huge challenge on this defense against the aggression that Enigma is known for, especially when Excali tends to get the momentum. It can be so difficult to really deal with. It is going to be the trades coming through, one from Zaps, one from the Boombot, and the spike is going to be dropped off the back of that. However, Antidote is ready to pick it up, and he manages to get it in gear. Excali all the way into spawn will be able to get one. It's all down to just V-Fox here to close out the 1v2. It's honestly, things could be more difficult. So 1v2 is definitely one of the clutches that is very viable right now for Amigos Esports, who would like to have it to make sure that the scoreline doesn't go out of their control here. He has so many areas, angles to check, goes into U-Haul first, methodically clears it up, puts down his teleport, so that is going to be some sound clue given away as to where exactly the rendezvous is placed. The plant might be for short, but it is going to be the player's choice. Showers V-Fox with a dirty flick onto Tesseract there. It is going to come down to just a 1v1 right now. Antidote, he gives away his position, tries to see if the spike is being stuck or not. Does see, in fact, that is the case, but he's only going to let half get done before he distracts everybody else. Sure, there's nobody left alive, 5 in the round. But Enigma, they still get their 9th on the board.
Patient as ever. And I don't know, he exactly knew at what time should he need to peak. All he had to do was just waste time on post plant, and we will see Enigma Gaming get away with a win. 9-4. They will succeed in their pistol round. You won't be able to see a forced buy round coming in from Amigos Esports. So Scally has already been brought up, especially he's going to bring in the judge this time. And this will be a huge pain, especially in towards A Lambs. The players who's playing currently from that particular spot will be having a lot of problems. And I believe that's exactly what's going to happen. The judge is already on A Lambs. Just B-Fox knows this. No, he does not. That's one down. So there's a second from Raw Fuel to remove Kami out of the equation. Oh, beautiful shot from Juzo and Zaps. They try to bring things back up. And now it's Juzo time to use the judge. Already you see a lot of problems happening from that particular place. And immediately you see them bring this back and Tesseract using the teleport as the bait. Will end up giving the control on towards the B side. Post plant it is. Tesseract still holding on from the teleport. Should lead to Zap. Clutch out of 1v3. Oh man, post plant will be a huge pain for Amigos Esports because this is the second time that they're caught out in a situation like this. Only one flash from Zap that can be able to get a kill, but he's so low on HP. And RBK would just end things off with a final kill. Team Ace, 10-4 with Tesseract leading on 20 kills, folks.
Man is a beast. We've talked about it, but you know, this is gonna be Team Amigos' last chance to really keep the scoreline from completely slipping out of their hands. They are looking at a 10-4. It is their full buy coming in, and they have to try and really capitalize on it to make sure that they can at least try to possibly mount a comeback, as difficult as it might seem. Enigma, they're not gonna really get any upgrades. They're happy to play with the weapons they have, and honestly, though Rafael only has a headhunter, that's more than good enough for him. On a map like Bind as well, especially when you're running a Brimstone, with the help of a Stim Beacon, these Spectres can find an insane amount of value. So that is something else to consider as well if you think about how exactly these players like to play. The rotation has come in though from the side of Amigo Esports. They are able to quickly trade things out, though the man advantage still remains in the hands of these Enigma players, who are quick to find not only the site but also the extra rifles which their opponents have dropped. They are going to be hearing the TP coming through, and that is going to be one piece of information that they'll have in their pocket. They also know where Zaps is right now after he gets that pick onto Tesseract, and perhaps expecting the rotation. Zaps, he goes back to CT, but then changes his mind and decides to go towards the Heaven area instead. It's going to be the TP taken by the Brimstone there towards his B side, and that's going to be where the spike goes in. But Xkali, he's still going to be on his A side on the lurk, able to connect that pristine headshot onto D-Fox. And yet again, it is going to be Zaps left in a position where he has to clutch or leave his team in a bad position. Gets spotted out by Xkali to make things worse. He's trying to find the timing to push his way into the site, but so far it's unrelenting right now coming in from these players from Enigma. Can Zaps do it? He gets the first, but Xkali will deny the second with the help of that rifle that he managed to pick up in the beginning of the round. And off the back of that Enigma, they find 11.
4K from Xcali, 4 kills, 2 from the Judge, 2 from the Vandal. And what a way for Enigma to, you know, be in a very huge lead here, Zach. 11-4. And I kind of feel like Xcali is feeling for a showstopper now. I'm guessing he's going to do it all the way towards the A side, but will that happen though? That's his question. Horn's been used to give some info, will be given right away. Now the push will be there itself. No satchel charge this time all the way towards A Lamps. And here comes the showstopper. Will it find its prey? Yes, it does. That's 1 second on the board in towards A Lamps. And just like that, they just lost control on the A side. Amigos Esports, they are losing a lot of ground. And let's not forget, currently in the pistol rounds too. So I can understand the feeling. Just 3 players left. Post plant not going good. Wallbang from Raw Fuel ends up getting 1 second. Almost close, but he still gets the win anyways. Match point for Enigma Gaming and Amigos Esports. This is just an entire slaughter here, Zach.
Man, Xkali, like, you give him an inch, he'll take a mile, and especially now that Enigma, they're in a winning position. They found their footing, they found their momentum. He just looks unstoppable right now. Beautiful round coming in from him. Off the back of that, though, it is the last chance that Amigo Esports have to mount a comeback. At least they do have a full buy in their favor, but apart from that, not much left in their pocket. They do have the Yoru ult available from Zaps, but not much else. At least, to be fair, Enigma doesn't have any ult either apart from Rock Wheels, so it is going to be just a battle of the gun and basic utility. Both main shells have been committed initially, but not going to be finding much value here. Xgully is not afraid to push up, though. He takes U-Haul's control. He looks around at where exactly these players are, and he tries to at least get into position, manages to take out the Yoru as well, so that's going to make things even more difficult. 3 players left for Amigo Esports here. Make that 2. It's just a 2v2 right now. The Prowler trying to find some additional information on the Tesseract, who is super low. It's all down to just Kami. 27 HP and a dream left. And Tesseract, despite being low, is just going to swing out and find that kill. Enigma, they move on. 13-4. I know that this isn't exactly a surprise, but you know, there were some rounds that Team Amigos, they deserve a lot of credit for. It looked really close on those particular rounds, and I think that perhaps with a little bit more practice and a little bit more time to play as a team, they might actually be one of the teams to watch out for a few months from now or a few years from now.
Yeah, absolutely, Zach. I mean, the performance that we've seen from Amigos Esports were promising in the first half. They were the ones on attack, right? The Yoru plays, it could have been, much more better, but in the end, I could say that it's progress from Amigos Esports, knowing that they have to go up against a team like Enigma Gaming. So in the end, you could say that they've learned a lot on map bind, and I'm pretty sure in the next future, in the next future events, if they get a chance, they might be able to, perform even well in the future matches. But for now, in this, unfortunately, they have to bow out, and Team Enigma Gaming will be happy to proceed into the next phase.
Yeah, I'm sure that it was a result that most people expected, but it was honestly, like, even though the score says it was 13-4, it was much closer than you expected. Especially, you have to talk about their Yoru player. That man found so much value, not just with his gunshots, but also just with the ultimate. Every time he popped his ult, somebody from Enigma would die. There was no exception there, and it was just a testament to how much value he was able to bring with the help of his utility as well as everything else. Nevertheless, though, Enigma, it's a difficult opponent to have and you're facing in your top 64 bracket. Before we head on to our next matchup for the day, which will excite all of you, we are going to be taking a short break though, so stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Yes! यार गेम क्या सुपर स्मूथ चल रहा है. Asus gaming laptop, वो भी amazing deal के साथ. And I can pay आराम से with a 12-month no cost EMI. Crazy!
कहाँ से लिया?
Bro, JBL earbuds at 45% off. उसके ऊपर free Kindle and Audible subscriptions. Can you believe it? अब ये देख.
Whoa.
शांति.
कहाँ से लिया? Sorry.
Hey, you! I'm tracking my run on this new smartwatch I got. Noise का 70% off.
Oh.
मैंने सोचा ऐसी डील पे मैं भी अपनी फिटनेस बढ़ा लूं. Seamless Bluetooth calling. Hey, I'm running towards you. Yeah.
कहाँ से लिया?
ये देख, I just got this Intel Evo laptop in exchange for my old one. 20,000 बच गए. बस 99 rupees में extended warranty. Plus 20% off भी मिल गया. Pretty sweet deal, right?
Totally feel you, bro. This iPad was always on my wish list. Got the latest one at a great deal and saved $8,000 in exchange for my old phone.
Hey, what's up?
सबको इतनी बढ़िया डील्स मिल रही हैं. ये सब कहाँ से लिया?
Amazon से लिया.
Amazon Great Indian Festival से.
Amazon Great Indian Festival पर मिलेंगे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स पर जबरदस्त डील्स, नो कॉस्ट EMI, एक्सचेंज ऑफर और सेम डे डिलीवरी.
अब इंडिया बोलेगा अमेजॉन से लिया.
यार गेम क्या सुपर स्मूथ चल रहा है. Asus गेमिंग लैपटॉप, वो भी अमेजिंग डील के साथ. And I can pay आराम से with a 12-month no cost EMI. Crazy!
कहाँ से लिया?
Bro, JBL earbuds at 45% off. उसके ऊपर free Kindle and Audible subscriptions. Can you believe it? अब ये देख.
Whoa.
शांति.
कहाँ से लिया? Sorry.
Hey, you! I'm tracking my run on this new smartwatch I got. Noise का 70% off.
Oh.
मैंने सोचा ऐसी डील पे मैं भी अपनी फिटनेस बढ़ा लूं। Seamless Bluetooth calling. Hey, I'm running towards you. Yeah.
कहाँ से लिया?
ये देख, I just got this Intel Evo laptop in exchange for my old one. 20,000 बच गए. बस 99 rupees में extended warranty. Plus 20% off भी मिल गया. Pretty sweet deal, right?
Totally feel you, bro. This iPad was always on my wish list. Got the latest one at a great deal and saved $8,000 in exchange for my old phone.
Hey, what's up?
सबको इतनी बढ़िया डील्स मिल रही हैं। ये सब कहाँ से लिया?
Amazon से लिया.
Amazon Great Indian Festival से.
Amazon Great Indian Festival पर मिलेंगे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स पर जबरदस्त डील्स, नो कॉस्ट EMI, एक्सचेंज ऑफर और सेम डे डिलीवरी।
अब इंडिया बोलेगा Amazon से लिया।
Amazon से लिया, Amazon से लिया, Amazon, Amazon, Amazon से लिया।
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to LG Ultragear presents TEC Challenger Series VCT off-season official event, powered by Amazon India, GPU partner Zotac Gaming, gaming partner Intel, memory and storage partner Crucial, our laptop partner Asus, and of course our broadcast partner Loco. Here with me is myself, Bagosta. With me, I have our co-caster Zach, as we are here to talk about our second matchup for the SA match. And the second match, of course, will be Team Franchise Players, who's going to be going up against Team No Org Esports. Enigma Gaming was Amigos Esports. We did get to see that recap. Enigma Gaming will proceed into the next phase. And now we just got to wait and watch to see who will be the second team who will proceed into the next phase. Will it be Franchise Players or will it be No Org Esports? I got to ask you the same question here, Zach. What do you think is going to happen here? Who do you think is going to win this matchup and proceed into the next phase here?
Before we talk about that, we should also like give you some hints as to who exactly these teams are. For the side of franchise players, you might find that image or the character very familiar because it is one of the people on this particular franchise organization. So the player names would also be probably be pretty familiar for you. It's none other than Hellranger, Skills, Lightning Fast, Kappa, Kohli, and SK Rossi. If these names don't ring a bell, you guys haven't been watching Indian Valorant for the last 2 years. That's all I want to say. As for No Org Esports, they also do have some familiar names. I believe that King will be playing today, as well as Fleeka. These two players are have been playing in the tier two or towards like the bottom end of tier one Indian scene pretty in the last year or so. So they are like a team. They are a team with some known names, but they are going to be going up against the likes of SK Rossi and Co. So I don't know. It could genuinely. I'm not gonna say it could genuinely go either way, but maybe no orgs will have some surprises coming in for us. As for the map, Vito, looking at the bans coming in, it is going to be Breeze, Icebox, and Fracture being banned by the side of FPS or franchise players XD. For the side of the other team though, it is going to be Bind, Ascent, and Pearl, which are banned, which makes sense because Pearl is a map that almost it's been the first ban for like every video today. So I think that teams just don't really want to play it. And honestly, I can't blame them. I don't like the map myself. But talking about Haven, Baba Gustav, what do you think we can expect to see from either of these teams, especially from franchised
Especially from
players?
franchise, I have to say Haven would definitely favor them a lot, but yeah, but talking about this entire map itself, it always depends on what kind of agents that they've picked, right? And for franchise player, having a star player like SK Rossi will definitely dominate the entire, the entire map, unless and until if he's taken care of in a proper manner. So Noorg Esports, they have a lot of work that needs to be done in a similar fashion, and hopefully having some certain agents that can help them according to their attack picks or maybe on defense might be able to help them hold their ground. But it always depends on what kind of plays do we get to see. Maybe we might see a neon pick from the attackers and see them gain instant control all the way towards the A long side. That's exactly where most of the challenging gunfights would happen along the way. But especially when you see on B sides, mid will be mostly important. So all in all, I've got to say, franchise esports, I'm pretty sure. I mean, they could get it in the bag, but Nog esports, I'm not quite sure if they could hand it out pretty well.
That is the case. I was doing some research on the players from Norg Esports. So I think that three of their current veterans they used to play for purpose for Paradise Esports, which is a Pakistani org. And Haven, it's one of the maps where they found like mixed success. They've beaten some of their own domestic teams in regional qualifiers, but they really haven't been able to hold up to the rest of South Asia in regards to this particular map. So I'm not sure if this video really favors them. They have like a 40% win rate on the map, and that is considering that they've only played it 5 times as an org. Though, I mean, perhaps with the new additions to the players, like King, for example, he's a Pakistani player who's like really talented. I think that perhaps he might be able to make improve on these particular stats from Paradise Esports, which was the banner under which three of the players from Norg were playing. But for the side of franchise players, if you look at their playing five and their history when it comes to Haven, they have a pretty decent success rate. They have like a nice solid 65-ish% win rate. And they also do have a 6-person roster currently. So we don't know which of the five we'll be seeing today. And that personally is going to be the bit that interests me because, the team the team franchised players, Kohli in particular, we haven't really seen this player play competitively in any tournaments much ever since he became a part of the playing six of the current team that's going to be playing. So I'm interested to see his debut under their colors.
Yep. I really cannot wait what the Team Franchise Esports has in stores. I mean, when you have players like Hellranger, Kappa, Flicker KHD, and currently Protagonist, I believe that's currently what I'm seeing right now in the lobby site. But all in all, we should be able to talk about Noarg Esports too, right? On the side of Noarg Esports, I mean, uh, yes, just like you said, Zach, not a lot of win percentage. As you can see, 40% is not a lot, but it also depends on how many matches that they've played. Now, talk about franchise esports. They have played multiple amount of times, right? They've played more than 50 to 60 maps in Haven itself, and of course there'll be a lot of changes when it comes to win and lose rates. But having a star player, most of the teams that you can see from globally, from the side of franchise esports itself, you could clearly say that they have things under the bag. But no esports, I mean, we just got to wait and see what kind of plays do we get to see from there and too. So yeah, I'm actually quite clueless to know what exactly is going to happen from both these teams. But all in all, we have to wait and watch and see what's going to happen here.
I mean, you're probably right about that, but looking at Haven in particular, I think that you mentioned some of the players, right? You mentioned Fleeka, you mentioned Protagonist, you mentioned Bloody. I think that Bloody is one of the strongest players which Paradise Esports they had in their roster. He usually picks up that duelist role for them, so we're probably going to be seeing him coming in as that Jet or Phoenix if they choose to run it with the recent buffs coming in. Whichever duelist that they pick up, the Neon, like you mentioned, it is probably going to be Bloody who picks it up. Though, I mean, there are two other new players who weren't part of the original Paradise roster, so you can never tell. King as well, he's known for his chamber plays, also for, I think I've even seen him pick up the duelist on occasion. So it could genuinely be any kind of agent comp coming in. But for their old from their old rosters, from their old Oregon gameplay, for the side of Haven, they do like to run that double initiator comp comprising of a Sky as well as a Breach, which is pretty in line with what global what franchise players like to run as well. Apologies for that. They also do like to go in for a double initiator, except that instead of the Sky, they like to favor that Sova instead. Kappa in particular, it's one of his favorite agents to play. You do see him pick up the Breach, but most of the time, the Sova is going to be where you're going to be finding him playing. And of course, the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Rossi, needs no introduction, honestly. Everybody knows SK Rossi. He's a Jet player, he's a Chamber player, he's an op player at the end of the day. And as long as you can get him an operator, I'm sure that he is going to be at top of that scoreboard, unless things go horribly wrong somehow for him.
Yep. I mean, in the end, it always depends on what kind of picks we get to see in the agent picks itself, right? So, just like you said, we could see a double initiated comp like the Sova or maybe a Fade and a Brimstone combo. Sorry, not Brimstone. Breach combo is actually really good, especially when you have the opposition team bring in KJ. Sometimes the lockdown is very powerful on certain sides if played it right. But when it comes to counters, there is a lot of agents that can remove that particular piece of utility. And the rest of the sides that you can see, especially for attackers, they have multiple amount of avenues that they could push through in, basically because it's all three sides. And knowing that you have ample amount of unexpected angles that both the attackers as well as the defenders can be in a way that could end up being a surprise attack. But all in all, if I'm pretty sure that we won't be able to see like a double controller comp, especially on a map like Haven, because you need to apply pressure on each and every site. So no matter if it's on A, B, or C, you need to make sure that whatever utilities that you have, concussions, I mean, global smokes are very important. So high likely chance that you might see an Astra being picked, because Astra has the global utility. She can use, the smokes, the nebulas, and also the most powerful utility of all, the cosmic divide that can block half of the map itself, which can give ample amount of times for either the attackers or well as the defenders to give a lot of breathing room in towards the side. And it's even more terrifying, especially when it's on post plant.
Oh yeah, if you're or for the retake for that matter, because it completely blocks off the sound of that spike being diffused. So Astra is one of the agents that you really that finds a lot of value on a map like Haven. But another controller that I would like to see get picked up would be that Omen, because on a map like Haven, when you have three sites, you really need to have an agent that can make that rotate very quickly. And the Omen ults, we've seen it come in clutch so many times. You're on that C side, the rotation's coming in, you have to get the spike down soon, and you're being surrounded on all sides. You just TP out out and you go to the C side instead, or the A side instead, as the case might be. And yep, it is going to be Skills who is going to be picking up that Omen right off the bat. Kohli is not going to be making his debut today in this particular tournament anyway, but hopefully we do see him on the server some other time. Looking at the agent picks for the side of global, for the side of franchised players, though, they are going to be having Lightning Fast who's picking up that duelist mantle with that race. Hellranger and Kappa are going to be the initiators of choice, though Kappa is considering switching over to that Fade instead, which makes sense because if you're running a raise in the lobby, you really do want to have that Fade in conjunction because the utility combos that you can run can just be so powerful. On the opposite side, though, looking at the comp that I believe it is No Org Esports running, it is going to be something of a meta comp, though they are going to be going with the Killjoy instead of a Chamber. You do see the Killjoy still being picked up a lot, especially by the Korean teams, so perhaps it is not off to that, though these players are Pakistani. It could definitely work. She is able to maintain a lot of control over that C and the garage area in particular with her utility. B as well, if she can put her turret down, so that
Choose
is
your
going to bring a
agent.
lot of value. But considering that Hellranger is going to be on that breach, the value that her lockdown is going to be able to find is just completely cut down.
Yep, it will be, but it also depends on at what timing would it require for the defenders to hold their ground, right? So lockdown will be very important unless and until if the if the breach uses utilities in a in a manner that it's very difficult for one of the players to proceed towards the side. But KJ all in all has its own fair share of pros and cons. The pros being that you could have a friendly little turret that can help you watch one particular angle. You have the nano swarms that can deny or delay a lot of force that would happen from both the attackers as well as on defenders. She is an expert agent when it comes to trapping most of their players from the help with the help of the Alamo bot too. So you have a lot of utilities that you have from the side of No Org Esports that is fairly influential when they're on the defensive side. So we'll be able to take a look at that in the game itself, folks. We're not wasting any time at all. It's No Org Esports versus franchise players. We're going to start off in the pistol rounds itself. 5v5. All players are present, all players are in the lobby, and now we're going to see what franchise players will be thinking around in the attack round itself in the first round. And I'm thinking that they would go all the way towards the B side here, Zach. What do you think about this?
I mean, on the pistol round, it would make sense because you will be able to get in pretty easily, get the plant down. The problem is holding onto the site, and hopefully it will be possible for the side of franchise esports. They are indeed, like you mentioned, Baba Gusta, going into this B push here. Instantly, you can see Skills completely willing to TP over, does get spotted in the smoke, but nevertheless manages to stay alive. Papa should be able to get the spike there. We're looking at a full 5-on-5 retake here, but as I say that, the excessive aggression from franchise esports is immediately going to be punished by the combination of protagonists as well as Bloody. Hellranger tries desperately to find at least one kill, but it is going to be a flawless pistol run coming through for No Org Esports. And you know, it's one thing to see a flawless round where you're playing against like an eco, but in the pistol, it's so difficult to see these. I think it was also one of the quickest rounds we've seen today. I think it was like 20 seconds from start to end, Baba Gusta.
Yeah, it was very quick, especially No Esports. They haven't lost a single player while we saw franchise player head in for the plant itself all the way towards the B side. So that was very unexpected, but in the end we will see a force buy coming in from the side of the attackers. So I'm going to see whether if this could help out the attackers as of now. Now, some noises will be made from Kappa's end, and with the help of Prowler, we'll be able to find some information regarding players' whereabouts. But the push will be the same nonetheless, all the way towards the B side. A lot of utilities being placed. So does the Nano Swarm, denying the attack push coming in from the attackers. And we see Skills already gaining the high ground potential. All he's got to do is just wait for one of the players from the side of the defenders to make their play. A beautiful use of concussion that would force Skills to fall back. Post plan it is, and somehow No Org Esports have control of the situation. It's all back to lightning fast. It's just so quick, and again we will see No Org Esports get a round win so quick.
They're really not letting they're really not letting franchise players do
Franchise
what they're
players,
specialized at, which is taking a lot of space more than they should be allowed. They're just able to contain them. They're like, okay, look, you guys can have the site, you can get the plant down, but we're not going to let you have more than that. And if you try to get over aggressive, which they are known to do, they immediately get punished for it. Look at this. So far, over the course of the last 2 rounds, only Kappa has been able to find any kind of kills. And it looks like this is a round that could very likely go into the pockets of Noorg Esports yet again, because the economy for the side of franchise players is just completely demolished. Only SK Rossi has that headhunter in his hand. Not much else to really work with here aside from pistols. They are at least trying to farm up the ult. Kappa is only 1 away from the Nightfall, so perhaps that might be proving useful here. B is where C is where there's being a lot of pressure put right now with the utility being spammed, as well as the smoke being committed as well. SK Rossi is trying to find a pick through it, nevertheless, but not able to. In the meantime, though, it is going to be Protagonist, who is happy to push out, takes a beautiful walk on a nice day through the garage and finds a pick for his troubles. So that is going to be first blood going into the pockets of franchise, for the pocket of Noorg Esports there. It's Bloody on the A side as well, where everything else has just been a giant fake, and despite having only a Spectre to his name, he's able to clean up too with the help of his teammate, and off the back of that, Noorg find a third flawless round. Let that sink in. They've lost 1 player so far over 15 rounds. That is insane coming in from them. And they are 3-0 right now.
Yep, 3-0. 2 flawless round wins for Noorg Esports. This is quite the unexpected turn of events that's been happening around here. But, you know, a pause will be given. I believe this is a technical pause been requested from the side of franchise players, so they're currently gonna work this out and see what exactly happened from their end. And yeah, 3 rounds. There's not a lot that we could talk about here, Zach. I mean, the first 2 rounds that we've seen, first round was the pistol round, where it did end up being a flawless round win, which is very rare to find. And then in round number 2, they did the same exact thing. They made their push. They even used their grenades. The utilities were looking very strong on the early rounds. They even succeeded in post plant. But when they fired back, especially with the good use of the concussion that had been used from KHG, it really did block one important line of sight, and that was from Skills' end. He was on the top. He even had good high ground potential, but it turns out it didn't really work out well when we saw Team Noorg Esports just get good control of it that quickly. And they'll end up getting 3 round wins, forcing franchise esports. Not only do they have to lose their, the forced buy round, and in 3rd round, they didn't have any pistols left. So it did end up a flawless round win for them nonetheless. But on round number 4, if franchise players could not succeed on this round itself, then this could cause a lot of problems in the next future rounds, mainly because they'll be forced to be having only pistols, or high likely a chance they would have a broken buy round, in which it will be much more difficult for them to win majority of their gunfights.
Yeah, that is the case. So there's a lot of pressure heading into this particular round. However, with some incredible ult management, despite having no round wins to their name, Kappa will still nevertheless have his Nightfall available for the taking. So that can be used to execute onto a site, or perhaps for post plans as well. With these Spectres being left in the hands of the players from Noorg Esports, they are looking at a little bit of mid aggression. 3 players making their way down towards mid right now, and I don't know if franchise players are aware of this. Bloody already in the window here, will dash away, but it's going to be the first 2 picks coming in for the side of Noorg Esports. Franchise do find 1, but numerically they're still going to be behind, and to make things worse, Bloody, he's going to be able to pick up that upgrade as well. It is going to be a dire time right now for franchise players, especially considering that they have almost no map control except for what SK Rossi has found. He has made his way up towards C long, but the Killjoy utility is still going to be in place, so he can't really walk into the site. He's going to have to wait for the rest of his team to come with him and regroup before they can make any kind of headway into this, because you really don't want to walk into a site controlled by a Killjoy alone. There is also an additional complication in the fact that Flika, Killjoy herself, is still on the site here. He is going to be playing towards his backside area and buying as much time for rotation possible. With these nanoswarms coming in, Rossi will finish him off, because at least that's going to equalize the player advantage and take away the number advantage from the side of Noorg Esports here. Off the back of that, the Rossi will be caught in the paranoia. Nevertheless, manages to find a pick before finally being traded out. It's all down to just skills here in a 1v2 situation that he has to clutch out to get G, their first enemy remaining. He does get one, but that's going to reveal his position, and it's going to make things even more difficult. He does, however, have his paranoia to work with, so that might make things even more doable. However, Bloody, he's going to dodge it. It's not going to matter, as skills will still close out the round 1v2. And finally, franchise players, they get their first on the board.
Yep. An amazing clutch from skills, succeeding that 1v2, which is very crucial for franchise players to succeed. And my goodness, what a play that we did get to see from Skills end, using paranoia to block lines of sight, and you even did get to see that jump peak to determine his exact location. And once Skills realized that he's out in the open, he doesn't have any proper protection, he just went in for a direct peek, committed to it, and he did ended up winning that clutch nonetheless. And this time, franchise players would be very more comfortable by pushing all the way towards the A side. Bloody on the other hand, oh, not looking too good, especially when you have Rossi, who's on point with his shots. Protagonist will respond back, take out Skills, but still you can see franchise players' presence being shown around from the A side. You could see SK Rossi would get the orb, but instead he'll just prefer to use the Vandal instead. It's always long range gunfight he needs to detect, and SK Rossi is so close on that place. He might be in the good zone. That's one, that's two, it's SK Rossi. And now with him gaining control on the A side, it's danger zone for TODAK Esports. Only 2 players left, and SK Rossi's feeling it. Might be able to find the rest of the 2 players, and I think the time would be now. It's the third. 4 cannot be get from Fleeka. 1v3 post plant, and this time franchise players, they are feeling it. All they've got to do is just find the last player, and it will be lightning fast who gets the final frag, and franchise players will end up getting another win on attack.
Unfortunately, Rossi strikes again, unfortunately for him. I like how despite getting that initial peak, he still didn't, you expect him to rotate off or find another position to play in, but Rossi, the man's not afraid. He's just going to be able to move on. And off the back of that, they will be finding their second round and also dealing a devastating blow to the economy for the side of TODAK Esports. This is going to be the last round they can buy it already. Bloody is going to be forced to play with the Blade Storm as opposed to being able to afford a rifle and full armor, but the Blade Storm is one of those ults that you really cannot underestimate. It can be so powerful, especially if your aim is as accurate as Bloody's is supposed to be. Either way, though, looking at the position of franchise players here, C is where they want to eventually go, and Demons is going to be the first character that they have to contend with. He's going to teleport himself right into a flash, but nevertheless, with backup from Fleeka, he stays alive. The beautiful paranoia comes with all of the players from franchise, but only one will be taken down eventually. It's going to be Rossi who pops the Tour de Force as well to make things worse, finding Bloody on the pick. It's going to leave protagonist in a 1v3 situation. Can he clutch it out? Does have the Nightfall to work with, but I don't know if he's going to be really investing in. Spots out Hellranger's shoulder, but Hellranger will find the better of him. With 3 HP left, he connects the headshot, and that is going to be the next round number 4 coming in. And honestly, I feel so bad for Demons there. If he had a Phantom, he was going to get all of them. No cap.
Yep. Especially that paranoia catching out all 4 players on the side of franchise players. For a moment there, I thought that would have been the highlight for this matchup. But the good amount of denials that we've seen, especially the aftershock from Breach, really did put, Demons on a very high problem. So even with that huge flash, it didn't quite work out well in their favor. And for franchise player, especially Skills, who's already deep within the site, fusing with the power from the shadows, he'll be able to teleport all the way, and that pressure is more than enough to get guaranteed information saying that the whole A side, no one is actually voting on the A side. Post plant it is, and now we see franchise player gain control of this momentum.
There's going to be a 5v5 retake coming in for the side of the defenders here. Rossi playing aggressive will be spotted out by the Prowler, but it's not going to move him from his position. Lightning fast, so he's going to be the first obstacle they face, but with that beautifully timed stun, they're going to be able to get that first pick. However, Rossi finds 2 before finally being shut down. It's going to be a 2v3 right now, but these sheriffs are too strong, and it's all down to just cop out to clutch it out. This man has gotten a lot of flack over the last few years as to his skill and ability. This time around, though, seems like he's determined to prove himself as much as possible, and with no time left on the clock, he knows his timings. He's just gonna try and run out and possibly save his weapon. Also getting that last kill in the process. That's gonna be some crazy clutch points coming in, style points to boot. But nevertheless, yet another round for Franchise Esports, who despite their rather less than incredible start, have managed to finally find their footing. And off the back of that round, it is also going to be Hellranger with the Rolling Thunder available. Again, both of these ults, the Rolling Thunder and the Nightfall, seeing the area that they cover and the range that they really managed to encompass, it's going to make things very easy for both attackers to take the site as well as for defenders to retake. Their ults have really facilitated the process. And looking at the ults available for the side of Norway Esports right now, they have 4 in their arsenal. Bloody yet again, not afraid to get aggressive here with the Vandal, with the dash ready to go as well. Gets them first, just to take down lightning fast, and gets away with his life as well to boot somehow. Alright, first blood goes in the favor of Norway Esports, but can Franchise players regroup?
Yeah, with Lightning Fast gone, they don't have to worry about the showstopper called out for the Savage Chargers. And they don't have to worry about Xerxia too, because the players on the side of Noorg Esports has decided to go aggressive. And that too, it's a whole 3 stack in towards the A side. But Franchise players, they want to commit to it. Not quite sure if it's a really good idea, but in the end, they've got to commit to it because they're losing a lot of time. 55 seconds, a push will be made, no utilities will be kept around, and the information will be given from KHG. And here comes Kills. 1 kill. Back at protagonist to, get the refrag back. Now Hellranger. Not going to use his ultimate just yet. The Rolling Thunder is very influential, especially on the execute sides. And Kappa, he gets the 1, Hellranger gets the 2nd. A good turnaround from Franchise. And now they've equalized it 2-2. They could use the ultimate in post-plant. And they also have the information. Good time to use it. It's 1. Beautifully done to remove Fleeka out. And now it's just protagonist who's been left out with 2 players, 1 with the Op, 1 with the Vandal, and he only has not a lot of time left because it's post-plant. Kappa gets the 3rd. And that Op shot will clearly determine the lead for Franchise players. 5-3 is the scoreline, and we still have 4 more rounds left in the first half. A timeout will be requested for Noorg Esports to exactly figure out how to counter this.
Especially last round, they did have the advantage heading into it because Bloody was able to get that first pick and get away with his life. But after that, they're not able to hold on to the site, and they're not able to retake it either. It's like they let Franchise players have the site for free, assuming that they can retake it like they did in the first 3 rounds. But at this juncture, Franchise players, they've learned their lesson. They're not going to get super aggressive. They're not going to do something that will let Noorg Esports punish them for it. Instead, they're going to be patient. They know how to play post-plan. This is a team that has qualified. This is a roster that has qualified for VCT APAC multiple times, and even managed to win against I believe it was Damwon Kia there. So they are very well practiced, very well versed, a lot of experience between the players. And maybe the first 2 or 3 rounds they were having fun, they were just messing around, they wanted to test the waters. But now that they know that Noorg is capable of punishing them for their mistakes, they are playing much more cautiously. And that being the case, Noorg Esports can no longer afford to let Franchise Esports really take the side for free like they've been letting for the past few rounds. They're going to have to hold on with everything they have, maintain these crossfires, do the best that they really can to ensure that for every single piece of land that Franchise players get control of, they're made to play in blood for it.
This time I believe Franchise are going to go for the mid-commitment once again. This did not work out twice in round number 1 and 2. But maybe there might be a different cause to it. But no, they're actually not going to commit to it as of now. They're just, like you said, Zach, they're just currently, testing the waters. So just trying to figure out exactly what to do at that moment. And currently we see Franchise players who are currently going in for picks. They just drop the spike all the way from behind, and they're just making sure that whenever they find the opportunity for the opening pick, that's exactly where they're going to pick the spike and head in towards that particular site. And I believe they've made a decision to go in towards the A side itself. And Noorg Esports, they know this. All 3 players who are currently holding on from B exactly knows that the whole A side is compromised. And now we see Lightning Fast already using the early picks, and getting the first being used, and somehow Lightning Fast gets away with the 2nd. Alright, there goes 2 players, and also a chances of using the Rolling Thunder from the breach. And in post-plant, you could see how much control that franchise players has. My goodness, almost a commitment for the top shot, but you still have lightning force, 4 kills, and it's End Ranger to end things off. 6-3, franchise players. My goodness, what a control on A side. Just with a single use of information from the B side, they decided, you know what? No one's on A, let's just go on A side, and they ended up getting a win.
Yeah, you know, I like this patience coming in from the players from franchise because they're waiting to take map control. They're just not blindly rushing, and at least they were it for the last few rounds. Last round might have been an exception because they knew it was an eco, but yeah, they've been very patient, especially Xerxia. He is aggressive when he needs to be, but he's also not afraid to play patiently, go on that lurk, see what value he can find in the first few rounds. That's what his role was, I believe. Either way, though, it is going to be a protagonist this time around, going towards a venture towards this mid area instead. It's not going to be spotted out by the boom bot. Manages to get the first pick onto Kappa, but gets immediately traded out by Lightning Fast. So that is going to be a 1-for-1 trade. If he had managed to get Lightning Fast as well, that would have been the showstopper online. But right now, as it is, unfortunately, it is going to be more of a disadvantage considering the Fade is the info agent for both of these teams. And defenders in particular, they've been struggling to figure out where exactly these players from franchise have been heading. So not having that Fade on their team is going to make it even more difficult for retakes, because now franchise, they're just going to be able to push up all the way possible into a certain part of the map. Either way, though, it seems like NoOrg Esports have decided to possibly play for this A site on retake, which might not be the best call here. It is going to be Lightning Fast to go satcheling in with a showstopper immediately, creating a lot of clicks and pushing off so many players. Gets the kill as well. Now that's just insult to injury at this point, as he manages to get the second pick of the round for franchise players. It is going to be a 3v4 retake right now. At least they do have the Killjoy lockdown available. The problem is, though, I believe that Hellranger also has his Aftershock available, so unless they take him down or somehow disable him, it's going to make things so difficult right now. Bloody at least make things easier by finding 2 picks somehow onto both Xerxia and Lightning Fast there, but with the clock still ticking, these players are going to be forced to really go in for a quick retake here. It's all down to just Hellranger, who does get spotted out. 6 HP left on Bloody. Hellranger, all he has to do is find the first pick onto Demons, but it's not going to be happening after so many rounds. I believe it was 6 rounds of losses in a row. It is finally going to be NoOrg Esports who find a round.
I'm not exactly sure if franchise, would have went in for the whole commitment all the way towards, from A link, because you saw both of the players like push through the smoke, no info whatsoever, then get themselves picked out in the process. Let NoOrg Esports gain control of the A side with good amount of smoke still being available. Let's not forget, this was a 3v5 post plant. They had the man count advantage, and suddenly franchise players, they had lost it. And Bloody, on the other hand, might be able to get the kill off from Xerxia. If he gets the timing right, there you go. That's the first. And now with the opening pick, franchise players will be having a lot more issues all the way from the mid side. A bit of a panic mode, indicating that they don't have good amount of information regarding this player's issue. But nonetheless, this is a good start coming in from NoOrg Esports. But for franchise, I know this, even with the first opening pick, you still need to worry about Kappa, you still need to worry about Skills, who's been dealing a lot of major damage in this execute. With the AWP being in hand and the Nightfall being played around from Protagonist, knows the exact idea on where these players would arrive from NoOrg from the side of franchise players, so they've got to be more careful, and you can see how patient NoOrg Esports is, and that patience is going to reward them. Yet another kill from Bloody as he removes Hellranger.
4-6 right now, and NoOrg Esports, they have the upper hand in this round, at least numerical advantage wise. Still, franchise players, they do have some ults and map control to work with. The spike itself is making its way towards this ace side, where there is nobody here to hold on or prevent the plants after creating all that chaos down towards the C area. It is going to be Lightning. It is going to be the Omen taking over. Skills finding that first pick already. Lightning Fast, though, he's going to whiff, and he's going to immediately be punished for it. We're looking at a 2v4 retake right now. Though it is make that a 1v4, it's all down to just Kappa to close it out. He is very healthy, but he has to deal with 4 players somehow. It is going to be Demons who jumps down first, spots the head, can't connect the shot. Slika's there for the immediate trade, though, and off the back of that, NoOrg, they get to 5, and this game is looking really competent competitive. I'll be very honest with you. I was not expecting it to be this close, but it's insane. And in particular, the reason for that is Bloody. This man has been going so huge over the course of the previous few rounds, finding multi-frags consistently. And of course, he's always backed up by Demons as well, who, even though he might be low on the scoreboard, he's been getting the most impactful kills, protecting his teammates while they defuse. You know, even the last round, him being able to finish off skills in heaven, as well as get the information as to where Kappa was playing, was huge there. In this last round, though, it is going to be the buy coming in for both these teams, and SK Rossi will have the Tour de Force to work with as well. So we might be seeing an operator showdown potentially coming in between him and Bloody. As for the side of Team Nowhere Esports, they have 3 crucial ults available, including the lockdown as well as the Rolling Thunder. So perhaps they might be looking to go in for a full-on retake.
Yes, they could go in, and look at the positionings here from Noarg Esports. You see 2 of the players, both Bloody and the protagonist, both of them, they are going in for the flank, and apparently they know that there is one of the utilities that's been placed around from Chambers' end. So they're just going to wait it for the right moment. Here comes the Nightfall, hoping to find at least a player or 2 from the A side, but unfortunately it's been altogether an empty place, and I believe you're exactly right, Zach. I think they will be using those for post plant. Post plant will be used. Bloody gets away with the first kill, and that too, removing SK Rossi. A huge drop from the side of Franchise, as they're already losing a lot of potential. Kappa comes back with the refrag. Bloody still available, still kicking, but you see Franchise players still bringing it back. A 3v3 situation where they've entirely flooded the A side. They'll get one more. And now it's Bloody who needs to deal with the situation. A clutch, a 1v3. Can it happen? It can be a possibility. That's one, but a lightning fast will deny this. 5-7, and that would be the end of the first half. 4 defensive round wins, and that too be a post plant. Even though the certain utilities didn't work out well, they even let Franchise player give control on the A side. They could have used the ultimates more appropriately, but once they did not expect some of the players from Franchise Esports to be playing all the way towards a lobby or maybe on a sewers. That was particularly the place where Noag Esports did crumble down and let Franchise players just wreak havoc all towards that particular place. So all in all, with the end of the first half, we will see Franchise players end the first half on a 7-5 scoreline, and if they win this pistol round, they'll be racking up even more lead on defense.
After this half, though, like I mentioned, it was really, really close. At Norg Esports, they were definitely able to demonstrate their skills on the defense. The thing is that on a map like Haven, usually when you look at the win percentages on either half, defending and attacking, most teams have a much higher attacking win percentage than defense. So for the side of Norg Esports, if they can manage to indeed do that, especially considering how well Bloody has been playing for them today, he might be the tip of the spear that they really need to break through the Franchise players defense there. In particular, if the rest of his team can get behind him, if they can coordinate and really get the spike down and just have disciplined post-plant positions, it might be what they need to convert their attack routes going in forward. But the first necessary step would be to win this pistol heading in, to make sure that the scores are at least very equalized. As for Franchise players, though, they look a little bit unsteady, which is to be expected. I believe that this is the first time that all of these players are playing competitively ever since the VCT APAC LCQ. Not even VCT APAC LCQ, like before that. It was one of the I think it wasn't May. It was the SCS LAN where they last played at competitively. Then they they went to Singapore for the qualifiers, but that didn't go very well. I don't think they've been playing competitively ever since. So it's nice to see these players back on the server. I'm sure that we've all missed seeing SK Rossi pop off, or Skills do something, or Lightning Fast join him in action. So it's very nice to see all these familiar names come back, especially as a caster, right, Babagusta?
Yeah, absolutely, Zach. And we've seen a lot of memorable plays too, right? Especially in the first half itself. We even saw Lightning Fast get a 4K. We even saw an impressive clutch being made from Skills and winning that 1v3. So you've seen a lot of memorable moments being made from the side of Franchise. But also, we have to talk about Noog Esports as well, especially from Bloody. 18 kills in the first half, an impressive performance as the Jet. The op shots were just, put to perfection. And we've always seen on defense, like players on the we see Bloody and Protagonist, most of the rounds you see them go quite a bit aggressive, which it did ended up being in their favor countless amount of times. But there were also some certain rounds where franchise player realized that at least there would be one or two players who would love to go aggro, maybe on C long, or maybe they would go deep within the mid side. And they did ended up, getting good value out of it by just getting some information. That's all franchise esports did. They got the info, realizing that one or two players on side of Noah Esports would go in for an aggro push. They ended up getting those kills, adapt to the situation, and then head in towards the side to confirm their post plant, for their post plant situations. It did ended up favoring them a lot by winning 7 rounds on attack. But there were some certain situations like not being able to win the pistol round with a flawless round win. And then we had all the rest of the 2 rounds, like all 3 rounds, when we saw Noah Esports gain this much momentum in the first half. For a moment there, I thought franchise esports, I thought they were going to fall apart, especially with the eco rounds. But for now, I believe the tech pause has come to an end, which means that we'll proceed to the second half and see how franchise players will respond on defense.
Heading into this pistol, it is yet again a push towards this mid area and towards B as well, a repeat of what franchise tried to pull off on the course of their pistol round. It does seem like Hell Ranger is going to be the first man that they run into contact with. He's waiting with the stun ready to go off the back of that chamber chip. Once it's broken, he's probably going to pop it. Well, and he peeks off the back of it, spots out 3 players, and he's like, nope, I'm not going in there. If I go in, even if they're stunned, I'm probably going to die. And that is going to be the first pick going in favor of team franchise players, because Skills, he punishes the same thing which they were doing in the first pistol round themselves, and start getting too aggressive. Off the back of that, the manpower advantage does go to franchise players there, which is going to be huge. Bloody though on the backside, somehow getting one and doing damage to Lightning Fast as well in the process is going to make things incredibly difficult right now. You also need to look at who is still alive for the side of Noah Esports. They have players all with utility that plays post plant remaining. You have the Killjoy Nano Swarm coming in. You have the Breach Aftershock. I think there's one more Nano Swarm available as well if it's chosen to be using. They start to try and go for the defuse, but it's going to be half done. Did Papa get half? I can't be sure. No, he didn't get half. And off the back of that, the pistol round, despite the franchise players killing everybody, it is still going to be in favor of Noah Esports, because the utility that they had, the agents that they picked, it let them get so much time that the defuse just could not come through for the side of the franchise players. A beautiful round coming in from them.
Yep. Two pistol rounds in the hands of Noah Esports means good chances for them to proceed more round wins, especially this round as well. They have Spectres in hand, and this time we will see franchise players not going to go in for a force buy this time. They'll just go in for the usual pistol plays. Kappa will have the Sheriff this time, hoping to engage in close range gunfights. And look at how franchise players are playing as of now. They're just playing it a bit more safe. They're making sure that none of the players on the side of Noah Esports might catch them off guard. And what's more interesting is that we're seeing the same push as we did get to see in the first half. The only difference is we see Noah Esports win both first and second rounds. Although the second half is yet to be confirmed just yet, as we see Bloody. Oh, good shot. There goes Rossi, and again we are going to see franchise players having a lot of problems, and Bloody gets another one. They have such control on Garage and C side, and with them even gaining control on man count, this will be even much more difficult in post round itself.
Yeah, it's gonna be a 2v4 attempt right now at a retake. Franchise players with almost nothing left in their arsenal. They can pick up perhaps those Spectres in the garage, but that's going to be all they have going in their favor. That Haunt's not going to find any value either, being instantly broken right now. Lightning Fast does retrieve that Spectre at least, so perhaps they're trying to go in for exit kills here. They're waiting for any kind of aggressive push coming in towards these angles before they get taken down, because they really don't want to give ultims to any of these other players. However, as I say that, it is going to be the push coming in from both protagonists and Fleeka, and they managed to completely pull the round together for the side of Noah Esports, who have equalized scores here. Now, heading into this next round, it's important to think about what is going to be the buy, because for the side of Noah Esports, they have those 4 Spectres that they held onto, and they're going to be playing a bonus here. They don't really have any ults that can make the round easier, but neither do franchise players. They are going to have those rifles upgraded, with the exception of Kappa, however, so that might be something that goes in their favor, especially considering that both Rossi as well as I believe it's Lightning Fast who's on the race. They both have these aggressive weapons, will enable them to really play from longer sidelines and longer angles and get those first bloods. However, speaking of first bloods, it's going to be Hellranger of all people who strikes first, finding that beautiful pick towards mid. And him being able to get the fade is immediately going to make the potential for gaining info for these players from Franchise Esports so much more lower. It's going to be Rossi, though, chiming in this time, finding the second already. Can he get more? It's going to be the question, but the double peak is too strong. And off the back of that, Rossi will be taken down. However, no org. They have to make this 2v4 work somehow.
Yep, the flash will come in and skill set. Oh, the timing. Oh, that is so unfortunate. KHG get away with a kill like that, and Hellranger needs to figure out a way. Missed opportunity, but in the end, on the bright side, they have information, and Lightning Fast might be able to take out Bloody at the right moment if he gets the chance. There you go. Spike's been downed, and now it's KHG who needs to figure out a way. Not gonna happen, as Lightning Fast gets away with 2 kills. Team Franchise players will eventually win the round on a 8-7 scoreline, with an amazing performance being shown from SK Rossi all the way from the B side, getting 2 kills, and that too with the confirmation on the spike. Really did confirm the rest of the players' positionings in a way that they played to it accordingly. You even had one of the players, be in towards the garage side, and I gotta admit, the way how Franchise players delayed the push from Bloody to enter all the way towards garage was just a lot. You saw a lot of utilities being placed on that one particular place. Smokes was being used, concussions, flashes. There was a lot of places where Bloody didn't had any other opportunities to push in deep within the C side. And now, with Franchise player getting this win, they're not out of this just yet. They still got to worry about this, because both of them has the Phantoms and Vandals in hand. Again, apologies. But all in all, you got to say that for Lightning Fast, you might have that perfect opportunity if the flash is timed right. Or would there be a flashes? No, there is still crossfire angle being placed. Satchel charges. Oh, the combo. Oh, just almost not at the right mark. But KHG, he gets away with the second kill. The bait was just so well done from TODAK Esports. And with now 2 players gone all the way from the A side, they'll just back away from it. They know that 2 players have been removed of the equation, and now they just have to figure out a way to proceed with the post plant. This is looking very devastating from Franchise players, as they've lost 2 players, but they still have a chance. You still have SK Rossi, you still have skills that they could bring this match back around, and we might be able to see that happen.
30 seconds
Post plant it is. SK Rossi
Spike
deep
planted.
within the B side. Post plant is present. He sees all 3. Sprays. Commits. He gets away with 1. Does he know protagonist location? Yes, he does. 2 kills. Rossi, an amazing headshot. And now we just got to deal with the rest of the 2 players. And they have the exact information. All 3 players from Franchise are present. The denial is present too. Can he get the revival? No. SK Rossi gets away with it. And the 4th, which will be at the hands of Hellrangers. What a way to bring this post run back on track. 9-7 at the hands of Franchise players. And what a performance that we get to see here from SK Rossi.
Rossi, we talked about how he has always been the star player for this particular roster, and he really needs to step up, and he's finally started doing that. We saw him get a 4K on the first round as well, first half as well. That was one of the things that really helps Franchise players regain momentum and take the lead back. So we need a couple of rounds like that, more from either Rossi or anybody else on the particular team. It's going to be Bloody though this time, with the help of the Bladestorm, to be going as deep as possible into the site here. Will be caught by that particular piece of utility. Tries to get the kill as well, but unfortunately the aftershock is going to shut him down. Off the back of that, it is going to be Franchise players who find 2 picks of their own before Fleeka finally strikes back with the Sheriff here. They do also have a Marshal to work with, so if they decide to go towards B, if TODAK Esports decide to commit the spike towards the B side, they're going to be facing a lot of trouble considering how many players are going to be tanked towards here. But I mean, their options are slowly dwindling. They do have the C side they can try out, but the C side kind of has SK Rossi on it, so they really don't want to end up walking into that tour de force even by accident. It does seem like A is where they're going to go, and this is a site that franchise players are not afraid to play on retake, and for good reason, because of how well versed they are in getting those retakes done. So at least on A, if they manage to go right now, they should be able to get the spike plants at the very least, but that might be all they get in all honesty. So it depends to be seen how this
30
round is
seconds
going to
left.
really go. Franchise players with 30 seconds left on the clock seem to be reading that the spike is indeed headed towards his A side. Papa peeks out through despite only having 8 HP, gets that first pick. Last two players for the side of North Esports towards default and short. Fleeka find the second on the round, but that's gonna be all he gets because Rossi will pull out the tour de force and let him have it. Off the back of that, it is going to be double digits for franchise players who are only 3 rounds away from eliminating No Org from this tournament.
Double digits, 16 kills to SK Rossi and a total of 22 kills from Bloody. His performance in the first half was just absolutely amazing. With the off shots, he made sure that none of the players would get a lot of advantage, and he ensured that the whole, A long would be his domain. But this time, it's SK Rossi's turn. And oh boy, will it be even much more difficult for Team Nog Esports. But you have some good concussions that's been made. But SK Rossi, he's not backing out just yet. He's feeling it. But I believe with the push being made, he might be able to get the shots or two, but just beautiful timing to use the teleport to fall back. That rolling thunder would have been even much more devastating if SK Rossi did get caught out in the act. But they'll make do in post plant. The use of the Nightfall, everything has been used, and a combo of Rolling Thunder will be used as well, and the opening pick will be at the hands of franchise. Both Rossi and Skills will get 2 important kills, and so does Noorg. But in the end, it will be franchise players who still get the upper hand when it comes to the man count. KHG left in a 1v3. Information's been given, especially from the concussion. Does he have the revival, the aftershock, but not placed at the good time, but he still gets the kill. He still needs to find 2 more. Will it happen? No, he needs to reload his Vandal. It's not gonna happen because El Ranger, he's gonna play this very aggressively and lightning fast. Will he be able to get the defuse? Yes, he does. 7-11. A close round from team franchise players, but they'll end up getting a win nonetheless. 11-7 post plant. And SK Rossi, just by getting that good information, losing. You even got to see that KHG had to commit to a Rolling Thunder just to remove SK Rossi out of that place. And if that Rolling Thunder could have been used on post plant, maybe it could have favored for franchise players. But that huge utility waste really did give franchise players the advantage that they require. 11-7, they're this close of being in match point.
It does seem like they're 2 rounds away. The economy as well looking really strong right now for franchise esports. There's a lot that they have in their favor right now, and off the back of that, they're not afraid to get aggressive yet again. Hellraiser walking all the way up towards short will hear the teleport coming in from the Omen, get that first pick as well to make things worse before finally being traded out. That is going to be the smoker taken out for the side of Noorg Esports, so that's going to make pushing into any kind of side or pulling off an execute very difficult on his A side, especially considering that they have no real way to smoke off heaven for any duration of time. Also looking at the position from the players of franchise, they do have lightning fast, lurks his way up towards that window and will be holding the rotation if any does decide to come through. Apart from him though, there are going to be 3 players from the side of franchise players who are making their way over to his side, especially the chamber coming in. Kappa and Skills both find 1 each to their name, and just like that, the push coming in from Noorg Esports, which was already super slow, is going to be completely shut down. It's all down to just this last player left right now. Fleeka on the lure gets the first pick, but he doesn't have the spike. That is the major problem here. He's going to perhaps spawn to save his own gun, or at least like plant the spike and try to get some extra money in the bank. But closing out this 1v3 is going to be incredibly difficult, especially considering that he doesn't know where these players are going to be coming from. Skills does spot out the man. That is going to be the information given, and off the back of that, Kappa will be able to connect the kill to boot. And just like that, despite a rocky start and a sort of mediocre middle, franchise players managed to find match points and are only 1 away from eliminating Noorg Esports in this tournament.
Yep, match point, 12-7. And now, Noorg Esports are facing elimination. This is single eliminations after all. We have more than, I believe we have a total of 126 teams currently competing for this qualifiers. And yeah, it's 12-7. And I've got to say, this will be the place where Franchise Esports might be able to get a win from properly. But Noorg Esports, they still have a chance. If they mess this up, then they would be out of this tournament. So they're definitely going to give this all. They're going to make sure that none of those mistakes will be caught out, and Protagonist needs to be careful because Rossi not ready. That's the first, but not a good. I mean, he didn't get the perfect time to to teleport back into his safe place. But he get the first frag nonetheless, and Bloody, with him still being alive for Noorg Esports, he might be able to make the play that he requires. But Skills, he's at a very good spot. Noorg Esports had no idea, and the Skills might be able to get this win. It's one, that's the second, and all he needs to do is find Fleeker through the wall. And Franchise players, they get away with the win, 13-7. And just like that, Franchise players, they will proceed into the next phase.
Yes, that match went way closer than it should have. It went on for longer than both of us expected. I feel very confident that we can say that. But nevertheless, towards the end, Franchise players, they managed to get it together and really finish off the round. Talking about particular players, I think that both Skills and Rossi were the players to really watch out for over the course of that particular map, especially Rossi. We're used to seeing him aggressively, take those fights on the jet, but we saw a whole different side of him today. He was so relatively passive on the attacking half. He was just on the lurk constantly, trying to find value and find gaps in the defense. And he managed to find so many of those for his team. So that's a W for him. But on defense, he was the exact opposite. This man was a demon. He was walking down C long with an operator trying to get picks and actually succeeding. If he had time to TP out as well, I think that he might have gotten even more perhaps. But that unfortunately is going to be all for him in that last round anyway. But despite him going down, the rest of the team, they managed to pull together, and that is a testament to Skills. Him being able to just get into that angle, hold that key position tight while the cavalry came in from the backside, and managing to somehow get not one, not two, but 3 kills is phenomenal for the man. So definitely congratulations for these two players as well as for Franchise for moving on. But for the side of Noorg, I feel bad for them because they put up a really good fight, and I think that they definitely do have the potential to excel with a little bit more practice, especially Bloody. That man was a demon. But I know it's been a long day. We saw 4 games, but that's gonna be it from us for today. But don't worry, we'll be right back tomorrow with more action in APAC's first Valorant offseason event, the TEC Challenger Series number 9. I'm Zach, and with me is Baba Gusta, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Yes! यार गेम क्या सुपर स्मूथ चल रहा है. Asus gaming laptop, वो भी amazing deal के साथ. And I can pay आराम से with a 12-month no cost EMI. Crazy!
कहाँ से लिया?
Bro, JBL earbuds at 45% off. उसके ऊपर free Kindle and Audible subscriptions. Can you believe it? अब ये देख.
Whoa.
शांति.
कहाँ से लिया?
Sorry. Hey, you! I'm tracking my run on this new smartwatch I got. Noise का 70% off.
Oh.
मैंने सोचा ऐसी डील पे मैं भी अपनी फिटनेस बढ़ा लूं. Seamless Bluetooth calling. Hey, I'm running towards you. Yeah.
कहाँ से लिया?
ये देख I just got this Intel Evo laptop in exchange for my old one. 20,000 बच गए. बस 99 rupees में extended warranty. Plus 20% off भी मिल गया. Pretty sweet deal, right?
Totally feel you, bro. This iPad was always on my wish list. Got the latest one at a great deal and saved $8,000 in exchange for my old phone.
Hey, what's up?
सबको इतनी बढ़िया डील्स मिल रही हैं। ये सब कहाँ से लिया?
Amazon से लिया.
Amazon Great Indian Festival से.
Amazon Great Indian Festival पर मिलेंगे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स पर जबरदस्त डील्स, नो कॉस्ट EMI, एक्सचेंज ऑफर और सेम डे डिलीवरी।
अब इंडिया बोलेगा Amazon से लिया।
Amazon से लिया, Amazon से लिया, Amazon, Amazon, Amazon से लिया।
B. Spike planted. remaining.
We found one. Enemy down.
down A. Spike planted.
Enemy kill.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.